Hello, everybody, to the podcast whose name is probably already a podcast, The Talk, where me and my co-host Nat talk about everything from movies and TV shows to politics and existential crises. So sit down, grab a cup of tea, and let's talk about Superman. I mean, it's the big talk of the town, all right? Made a
Yeah.
bajillion dollars. I don't know how much money it made.
Uh, it's doing pretty well to my knowledge. Right now, they're saying it's going to end its box office at about 650 million.
He's gonna make less than Lilo and Stitch. I hate people.
Yeah, yeah,
Stupid,
but
stupid families not going out to see the family film that is Superman. Ignore the fact that someone gets shot directly in the head in it.
yeah, but
That was crazy.
it's not all doom and gloom because James Gunn said because there were reports that in order to be profitable, Superman has to make at least 700 million, and James Gunn himself debunked that and said it doesn't have to be that much. And
I want one studio to be honest on how much they spent on a movie. Just be like, up front, we need to make this much money,
in order for it to be a profit.
and we will have we will have generated $10 million in profit.
Yeah, because I don't know if you saw the Birdman's most recent exposing the grift video that he did with was it Nerdrotic? No, I think it was the Critical Drinker. I don't even know if it was the most recent one, but one of his most recent ones, he debunks this whole idea that in order for a movie to be profitable or to break even, it has to make 2.5 times its budget. And he brings up how there's no actual statistics or data to prove that. Like, it's completely made up. Because,
Well, that does make sense because what two times 2.5 means they spent what like 1.5 times the budget of the movie to advertise it. And that doesn't seem right when you think about it for longer than 2 seconds.
yeah, and the reason why people spread that number around, especially in a bunch of online spaces, is because Deadline, the journal, they put out a yearly box office list of the most profitable movies of the year, and it's basically just them guessing, making educated guesses. They'll list out oh, here's the production costs, marketing, residuals, interest, overhead. And then at the bottom, it literally says a source, deadline estimates. So their sources themselves.
But what's your source, Senator? The sources I made in the fuck up.
Literally. And
Like actually, they're just making it. They have no sources.
and on top of that, the Birdman also pointed out that movies don't just make money from their box office; they make money from commercial tie-ins, merchandise, residual.
Like Lucky Charms.
Yeah.
And the wrong movie. Shit. Was there any in Superman?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah, because like all the tech is not real. All the food places weren't real places.
I use
I don't know.
in Fantastic Four. I'm pretty sure there's a billboard for Coca-Cola.
Also, Lucky Charms. Also, I think one other cereal, Wheaties, is also in that one.
Yep.
I want to say like the ad that he references, they actually paid them because I think it's the same brand. The tanning thing is like an actual brand.
Yeah.
Like they're referencing a really old. But we're not talking about them.
Yeah, and also, it was reported that Fantastic Four made over $112 million from their commercial tie-ins,
Jesus Christ.
like the pizzas. Is it Little Caesars or Pizza Hut that has the?
It's our place. It's
Okay,
our place.
yeah.
We do it.
Yeah, they've made over $100 million just from that alone.
Also, to everyone who goes to Little Caesars, please order the Fantastic Four pizza. As the person on landing, that is the easiest pizza to cut because by it being in 4 quadrants, I don't have to line it up at all. I can just cut on the line of the quadrants, and you get your perfectly portioned pizza. Order the Fantastic Four pizza. Order it.
So you're saying the pizza is fantastic?
Yes, it's fantastic. Buy the Fantastic Four pizza. Only buy the Fantastic Four pizza. Do you not want it with jalapenos? Good for you. We make a bunch of them all at once, and they don't have the jalapenos on them at first because in our system we are ready for people to say that they don't want jalapenos. All right, it's also really. We have that and pepperoni stocked up. Some places might have cheese, all right? So buy the Fantastic Four pizza. You are not putting any extra stress on the workers. Do it. And that's my PSA.
This podcast is sponsored. This podcast is sponsored by Little Caesars.
I wish. Here's my hat. Here's the shirt.
Hell yeah.
I'm not messing with you. All right, go to your local Little Caesars and buy the Fantastic Four pizza.
But
I'm so mad they didn't because I got in before they passed them out. They have hats for the Little Caesars before. I'm gonna beg one of my coworkers to just can I have that hat instead of what I have?
Okay, but getting back to Superman, let's try to limit the amount of tangents we go on because the last podcast was pushing 5 hours. Okay.
Yeah, no one has half a day.
Yeah, no.
Well, some people do, but they're truck drivers, and I don't think they've found this podcast. Superman was
Not
great.
yet. Yeah, okay. I want to hear your thoughts. Since I've seen the movie twice. I've seen it twice in theaters. And the last... I was gonna say, the last time I saw a movie twice was Avengers Endgame. So, that's...
The last time I saw a movie twice was Deadpool and Wolverine.
Really, yeah?
Yeah. I've seen it 3 times. I know for sure I saw it twice. It was really good.
It was really...
I saw it twice. I saw it a 3rd time with my mom on Disney Plus. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. But
I saw it twice in theater, once on Disney Plus.
Okay. But your thoughts on Superman? Instead of what we usually do, doing like a plot synopsis, let's just give our general thoughts.
So, I just have I just took a bunch of notes while I was watching it.
Oh, professional, I see.
Little. Yeah, so it's just I have a bunch of notes.
Okay.
It's just one line summary so I can remember. The first thing I wanted to know is the 3 motif at the very beginning was really cool. I loved it.
Also,
300 years ago, 30 years ago, 3 years ago, countdown. And when I was reading it, I was like, they almost did it. Where's months, days, and seconds? And 2 of them they do have. 3 months ago is when he started
dating Lois. Yeah.
And 3 seconds after the teaser ends, he crash lands.
Yep.
So all that's missing is what happened to Superman 3 days ago. That's all we need, James. James, what happened 3 days ago?
Please, if you're watching this. But yeah, I just love the opening qual and just the atmosphere of it. And also, I don't know if you noticed the title drop, because the first chapter of the DCU is called Gods and Monsters. And
monsters, yeah.
Yeah, it's what was it? It was 300.
The Age of the Monster. It's 300 years ago. Technically, it says 3 centuries ago.
Yeah.
The first metahumans were recorded in history, thus ushering in the age of gods and monsters.
When I first saw that in the theater, as soon as I saw that in the theater, I knew this movie was gonna cook. I literally did the Leonardo DiCaprio meme in my mind, not physically, because everyone would be like, "What are you pointing at?" But yeah, okay. Go on.
Yeah, no, that opening crawl, literally the second it was there, I was like, I gotta make notes. I was like, that was so cool. I did not want to forget to mention it. That was amazing storytelling.
You could feel there was like a whole mood shift in the theater as soon as it popped up with the text. 3 minutes ago, Superman lost his first fight. There was this shift in the air. I was locked. Yeah. I locked in.
I really appreciate how we start in media res and never go back.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Is that most stories would show us him going there and the fight with the Hammer of Arabia, but no, it's we told you that there and you got it now.
Yeah.
I really like that. It's a really cool thing that you don't really see a lot of stories that start in medias res do. Most that start like in the middle of action, which is like, and here's the stuff you missed. But not.
Yeah.
We find our Superman 3 minutes after the first time he lost a fight, and like that's really cool. Yeah, so like that's awesome. Love the Fortress of Solitude. Some notes about the Fortress of Solitude just about it. The DNA thing was really cool. Also a really clever way to like, if you were paying attention, you predict the twist.
Yeah.
Even though I predicted the twist an hour ago, I predicted the twist days ago because he was wearing a mask, and that was the only, because it wasn't going to be Henry Cavill. So there was only one reason why you would have Ultraman wear a mask for a majority of the movie, and so that in the trailers you could hide that an actor that we already know is in the movie is playing the character, and the only person who would make sense is Superman himself. Like,
yeah, and that's gonna, and I guess we can go ahead and jump to it. Do you think they're gonna bring Ultraman back as Bizarro?
He's doing back. He is Bizarro.
Well,
like he's Bizarro in all but name.
That's true, but I mean, like, yeah, because
what they're creating him. Because in some comics, Bizarro is a creation of Lex Luthor.
Yeah, and on top of that, Lex over the intercom says to Superman, like, "Oh yeah, the clone was imperfect, so he's a lot stronger than you, but a lot dumber."
Than you.
Yeah.
Somehow stupider than you.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, with New Rockstar mentioned like that. There's a bunch of anti-particles apparently, like surfing into like the hole that we toss him through. So yeah, that's probably gonna become.
Ultraman is definitely gonna come back, having been sucked into that black hole, and because of that, his appearance is gonna be all disfigured and everything. That's how we get Bizarro.
I'm especially excited for it because I can, with how Superman is, and like his whole like reason of not wanting to kill these things so that they deserve life and everything deserves the sanctity of life. It's gonna be really cool because Bizarro starts off in Superman stories wanting to fight him before being like, oh wait, you're just really chill. And Lex mentioned that Bizarro is stupid, right? Or less intelligent, which is gonna come into like the weird Bizarro speak. But it's also gonna come into the fact where he's able to learn. He's able to be like, wait, forget what that guy 3 years ago said. You're cool. I like you.
Yeah.
Me, Bizarro, hate you.
Because he says the opposite.
Wait, you, Bizarro, hate me.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Bizarro, hate me.
That's definitely not a headache for people who buy his character.
Right, oh man, but yeah, that's definitely Bizarro. It's really cool that they did a proper origin for him. Like, it's crazy that the Superman movie is an origin story for Bizarro.
But it's for a Superman.
But yeah, no. So that's the stuff with Ultraman. That's great. When they first did because I talked about everything. The robots are nice. I like how the one that's all like, oh, we're just automatons and we don't have personality. Eventually, at the end, it's like, can you call me Gary?
Which, by the way, I don't know why I found that as funny as I did. Like, because if I remember the exact dialogue, he's like, when are you going to give me a name, sir? Oh, For's a name. So is Gary. Like, why Gary? It's like,
what's the name Gary? Why demean the robot? He wants to be called Gary.
And fun fact, if you look at the credits, it lists all of the other like automatons, but for him it says Gary.
So yeah, he's officially called Gary. Which, like, yeah, that's so Superman of him. The second he's like, so is Gary, it's like, noted, I'm calling you Gary from here on out forever now.
Also, those bots were mostly practical. I think.
The damage is forever now. We actually damaged him on set. That's why he has the scar there. That wasn't actually supposed to be there. It's supposed to be the panel. Could you imagine?
Yeah, we didn't want to spend the extra budget to have like duplicates, so we had to just like glue them back together.
Right. But that brings us into the boom tubes. Because always see them. They're not boom tubes, I don't think. But like, I'm calling them boom tubes because that's what they remind me of. Because I think Engineer uses one to like when she first sees the fortress to get there, right? Am I crazy? What's the first time we see them? It's before we see Daily Planet.
Boom two. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the portals that Lex is able to use that eventually causes the rift. I call them
Oh
boom
yeah,
tubes because like and I saw the first machine, I was like,
that's
that's
a
a boom
boom
tube.
tube. Uh,
It's literally, it looks like a boom tube, it acts like a boom tube. I'm
It's a
calling it
boom tube. I believe the first time we see it is when Superman heals and he goes back to Metropolis and fights the Hammer for a bit. Then the Hammer leaves, and then that's when we see it go through the boom tube, and then into Lex's office.
Yeah, through and then through the office where it's revealed that it was Ultraman the whole time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Round of applause. That was awesome. I loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it. Fantastic.
Say that again.
The effects on that was great.
Uh,
Speaking of the country, might as well talk about his plan.
Mhm.
That's really cool. Probably a reference to the Superman movie where he wanted to like carve off a part of the East Coast for his country.
Oh
I
yeah.
really like that. It's like, why would a guy give billions away for free? It's like, oh, I want a country. I want people to lord over me.
And then
It's really cool. I really like that his henchmen actually are just like that. Like, there's no like hesitation or anything. Like, they hate Superman. Like, I
Yeah.
believe in this guy. Like, they are dogged.
Yeah.
Like, I've always wondered how LexCorp works.
Which, by the way,
Nice reference. It's a reference, right? Because like it's called Luthor Corps in one of the shows. Which means you might see his father, which was why it was called Luthor Corps in one of the shows. That's cool. I like it.
On
I'm
top-
still calling it LexCorp.
yeah, on top of that, it also makes more sense because in real life, people who name companies after themselves usually use their last names, not their first name.
Yeah, like Tiffany's.
Yeah.
It's usually a last name thing. It's just that LexCorp rolls off my
Yeah,
tongue.
I definitely agree.
I
Yeah.
will continue saying LexCorp.
LexCorp has
I
more
like to
aura.
imagine that quote locally in the universe it's called LexCorp for
Mhm.
that reason. It's like that rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
And also, I love all the tech stuff. Like I love Max Lord being. I love Stag. Like just all these
Mhm.
tech giants just everywhere, just living their life.
I also.
Yeah, like, I really like the plan. I love him going. Yeah, Superman. I didn't try to stop you so that I could get a country. I tried to get a country
so I could stop you.
To stop you.
This-
It's diabolical.
Imagine-
The amount of hate energy this man exudes throughout this entire film was perfect to the core Lex Luthor.
I think that moment, and also when the dimensional rift is like tearing through Metropolis and it's about to head towards the nearest city closest to them, and one of his employees is like, "I gotta shut it down. Millions will die," and Lex is like, "Let them die. They chose him." Like, bro.
That is diabolical. Bro, it's diabolical.
And then also, I also love the fighting system he created to use Ultraman, where I think they said 1A. Oh,
Which new rock stars like pointed out that
It's the first
there's
move,
actually, there's like a system. There's like a system to it. The numbers are just like a list of numbers, but A means he's gonna punch his face. B means I think throat. C means cape, and D means foot. Every single time he says like a certain letter, it goes for a specific body part.
oh, that is cool. But the thing is,
So like, good job. That's great, and makes it make sense why he can remember all of these things because it's like an actual system. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, I want to punch him in his face. 1A, punch him in his face again.
yeah, and also what I was gonna point out that other people pointed out is 1A implies that it was the first move he came up with, and his first move is just a straight punch to the face.
I mean, when you come up with what 2,500 of them, I mean, one's got to be a punch to the face.
Yeah,
What's the first thing you can think of?
1A,
It's the
1A.
basic move. Of course, that's the first one you think of.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So yeah, his like little thing with the regime is great.
Also, are we
Yeah,
gonna?
I'm gonna clear out all the regime stuff here before we move on.
Okay, but before you say that, I was gonna say, are we gonna acknowledge the political connections this movie has? Because
It's called Luther X or Space Luther or whatever. Yes, it's a reference. He's a billionaire, no doubt.
oh, I was specifically talking about the war itself. You know, one country invading another country, And
And then using the excuse that one of those countries has a history of being bad to their people.
yeah, and even in Superman, that's during the interview of Lois, and Superman's like, they've changed.
And then Superman just being like, yeah, it's like, yeah.
And it's crazy that
people were going to die.
Yeah, and it's crazy because they were. If there's one thing that grifters are known for, it's not having any actual opinions. Because before the movie came out, you know, they were calling it woke and a flop. And then when it came out and it was a huge success, people like the Critical Drinker tried to argue, like, oh, why is everyone making it political? It's not woke after all. Like,
what?
Yeah, that's
no, it's political. Fuck off.
It's literally an allegory.
Anti-war is like the baseline political belief.
It is literally
opinion on war is political.
It is a clear allegory for Israel and Palestine. The main antagonist is a corrupt billionaire. The secondary antagonist is a corrupt fascist dictator.
It's dropped out a window by Hawk Girl.
Yes.
Do I look like Superman? Timing. That was great. Amazing scene.
Can I be honest? Hawk Girl, for the 5 minutes of screen time she had, she was really the MVP.
She was orc farming that entire time.
Exactly. I love the death scene of let's just call him. Let's just call him Putin / whatever the Israel leader's name is. I can't remember. Let's just call him Putin stand-in. So yeah, whenever she grabs Putin stand-in and flies to the window, and he's like, I remember specifically what he says. He's like, "You won't kill me. You're weak and delicate like Superman." And she's just like, "I'm not like Superman." Straight drops him to his death. Let's go.
And then it's a hard cut to Steve. Steve was played. I'm gonna get to that later. I'm gonna ignore that I said that. I'm gonna get to Steve later. Alright, I have something to that because I have a list to say there.
Okay.
Because I want to stay focused on the plot around the country.
Okay, and then after that, I was gonna say after we discuss all of that, then we can go back to your list.
Yeah, because I'm kind of using the list to be like, all right, this topic connects to these things, and I'm gonna swoop them all in. But we're technically not doing a plot by plot breakdown.
Technically.
Right. So yeah, cause, all of the country fighting stuff is really cool. I love Superman just being like, hey, this guy called me in here. I'm gonna send these guys in my place to help them. Guys like, hey, Superman may not be here, but you got an upgrade. It's much fun. All the contract work with him is so much fun.
I love how he
just beat down the invading army. Perfect.
Yeah, Guy Gardner does it using giant middle fingers protruding from the sand.
And some of them are just hands thrown.
Yeah,
it's interesting. When he chooses to make the construct connected to the ring and not. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Because he can do both. I wonder what makes him choose between the other.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's stronger, if it's ring locked. Because he only uses it locked to the ring when he's fighting the kaiju. So maybe the ring, if it's connected to the ring, is more powerful. That'd be cool.
Or maybe if it's connected directly to the ring, it's either stronger or he has more control over it.
But we'll get to the Justice Gang in a second, because we have another gang to talk about.
Yeah.
Daily Planet is perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Down to the last minute detail. I loved it. Jimmy was great. Showing off Jimmy as a ladies man who just cannot keep the babes to stay away from him.
I love that.
Literally, while I was watching the movie, I have the note before it's revealed. I saw the first text, the last text that was sent that was all angry, and he sends it and gets the information. I'm like, is Jimmy banging his informant? And then literally the next one was, do you want to meet up? I was like, oh my god, he's banging his informant.
Which, by the way, speaking of Jimmy, James Gunn has expressed interest in possibly doing a Jimmy Olsen spin-off series. And there were some people online who would what would that even be about? And then comic readers were like, oh, you don't know the stuff Jimmy gets up to in his spare time.
There's an entire comic line that's like what Superman's pal, something it's like called something
Yeah.
like that.
It's literally the meme where it's like, Superman, no, Lex, don't invade that country, Jimmy subplot. And it's just like the craziest, most out-of-pocket thing.
I'm fine with it because it's a great way to introduce the beeper.
The beeper. Oh, the watch. The watch.
Yeah, like it's like that's a really like doing like a Jimmy like little sub show would be a really fun way to like introduce to the audience the idea that he has like a button to call Superman that has like a frequency that only he can hear because of how great his hearing is. That's like yeah, it sounds fun. Fun idea.
That's how I would do that as like the finale. Like after whatever crazy adventure he goes on, he's like, okay, maybe I'm way in over my head. And so like Superman has a little cameo and he's like, you ever get into trouble again, use this to call me. I think that would be fun.
I think it'd be funnier if he's just constantly wearing that watch and every once in a while it like pans to it. But he's like, no, I got this. Until he finally doesn't have it, and he's like, click, and you hear like a weird like humming noise, or whatever, to like indicate that it's making a noise. And then down comes Superman to save the day. As he and then like he has a little dialogue with Jimmy, and then he leaves.
That would be so fun. Also, the rest of the... I'm assuming you were going to talk about them, but the rest of the Daily Bugle cast also did amazing for the little bit they had. It was so cool.
Lois was great. For anyone not seeing in the trailers, I love how they make it look like, oh, they're not dating yet. They're acting cold to each other.
Yeah, no, they literally... Literally, like, 5 minutes after that scene, they're dry humping in the kitchen. Like,
so I'm the worst kept secret in the Daily Planet.
Oh
Jimmy
yeah,
knew, and I know that Perry knows too. All right.
Yeah, because he was like, "How long they've been dating?"
Knowing look he gave Clark and then gave Superman, he knows. You can't convince me he doesn't know.
I would love if, like, in future movies, they do that thing. I can't remember the character's name, but do you remember the J. Jonah's assistant from the Raimi trilogy? And how there's that one scene where he's like, oh, I don't know what happened, but I heard Spider-Man was there, and he looks at Peter, implying that he knows. I want Perry White to do that, to be like, wow.
To acknowledge it, because like, he knows.
Yeah.
Like, how he looks as Lois is walking away is like, yeah, sure, go to your interview.
Yeah, I mean, Lois even points out to Clark, like, if he keeps doing these solo interviews with Superman, people are gonna get suspicious.
Oh no, I have the glasses.
Oh yeah.
By the way, the hypnotist joke is from something like that's canonically what he did in Golden Era. He would slightly hypnotize people, and that's why they couldn't recognize his face.
And also, that wasn't just like a throwaway joke. That's canon. His glasses are hypno glasses.
I like to think Mr. Terrific helped him make them.
Well, yeah,
and, around that time he did the bloodstream thing, but I'll get there. So I'm not at the Justice Gang.
Oh, I do that to everyone.
I'm not the Justice Gang breakdown. Yeah, Steve was great, perfectly played. That Steve to a T. Like every character felt like they were ripped straight from their source material and thrown perfectly onto the screen in the Daily Planet.
Honestly, because
I loved every second of it.
Before the Adventures of Superman cartoon, I wasn't really too familiar with Superman's like supporting cast, and you know how like Cat Grant, Steve, and all of them were in that series. It was so cool seeing them in live action and being like, oh my god, I actually know these characters and how they're supposed to be.
Right, and they act exactly as they should. It's round of applause to the actors, to the director, to the writers. Everybody deserves a round of applause for the Daily Planet. I am unironic in saying that every scene with the Daily Planet crew is perfect. Perfect. Down to the last minute detail.
Okay. What?
You could not make them better. Bob and Kent are so country pumpkin in this movie.
Yes, I love I love how this is gonna sound weird. I love how old they are. Like like the scene where Ma Kent is talking to Clark on the phone, and she's literally like leaned all the way over. Or later on, where she's
and like she repeats something that he could obviously hear because she's on speaker. Oh man.
yeah, or like I don't know if you caught it, but like it's after the scene where Pa Kent and Clark have like their heart to heart, where she's like, Clark, there's something on the box you gotta see.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they are characterized perfectly. I love them. Can't wait to see more of them. And there's something else I was going to say about the scene with his father and him. Also, I think James Gunn has a hard on for doing a "he may have been your father, but he's
not your
daddy."
daddy.
I think that's just a trope that he really enjoys, and like, someone go check on his relationship with his dad.
I was about to
don't know if
say,
it's good.
what if he has daddy issues? Oh my god, and Peacemaker! Peacemaker has daddy issues too. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think the only character right now who doesn't have daddy issues is gonna be Kara. We'll talk about her later. But
Yeah.
yeah, Superman Legacy was a great movie. I'm just gonna point that out.
Superman 2025, you mean?
I refuse to call it 2025, especially since the entire reason that he called it Superman was that technically there is not another movie called Superman, so you should not be calling it by its year date. Because the whole point of calling a movie by its year date is to denote it is different from the original.
So does that mean that you're gonna call Supergirl the Supergirl movie? You're still gonna call it Supergirl?
Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, yes.
Okay.
I am adamant that I hate just character name for character for movie. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I'm adamant on that.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
I think James Gunn is wrong. I love him. I think this is one time that I will strongly say James Gunn is wrong.
Also, speaking of James Gunn, because I just remembered this and I don't want to forget, he released a video on one of the DC like social media accounts where he cleared up some of the continuity like confusion regarding the new universe and the old DCU. And basically, his explanation was that Future Commandos is the start of this new universe. And even though characters and similar events from the previous universe exist in this universe, they're not canon unless explicitly shown or stated. So, for example,
So Rick Flag's death is canon.
Yes, so for example, he specifically said this, in Peacemaker Season 2, anything you see during the previously on now becomes canon.
Which is how we get around the Justice League.
Yeah.
Because technically speaking,
that can't be canon.
Superman, it physically just can't have happened because the Justice League doesn't exist.
Also,
which means that any time that Peacemaker references the Justice League doesn't exist. And I also like this because it makes that cameo scene a little bit more palatable, because the Suicide Squad and Season 1 Peacemaker, I cannot see being on a talk show.
Yeah, I agree.
I can't see it. But if you're telling me like I gotta like step back, take it as its own thing, okay. So this is a Peacemaker that could have been on a talk show. Cause like it's like seeing Bloodsport on a talk show. Like no one from Project Starfish
would
be a known entity in this universe.
Also,
it just doesn't make sense to me.
Also, another continuity error and why those projects can't be canon. If you remember, Bloodsport was in prison because he shot Superman with a kryptonite bullet. And
kryptonite is all hoarded by Batman until proven otherwise. That's my theory. Is that Batman? But the reason why there's no more is that
he has
Batman,
all of it.
Mr. Terrific, like all of those type of characters, scooped it all up, and it's just in a bunker somewhere.
Oh, just in case.
That is canon to me forever.
But the reason why I bring that up is because the Suicide Squad takes place in 2021. Based on what this film's timeline is, Clark didn't introduce himself as Superman until 2022, since the film takes place in modern day. So
Yeah,
it wouldn't line up.
Clark was 27 when he introduced himself as Superman. He's
Yeah.
currently 30.
Which, even though he's 30, he has like the mentality of someone who's older than 30. Like, I like the scene.
He does not.
Yes, he does. Whenever he's talking with Lois, and she's just like, I'm sure you've seen all the stuff they're saying about you on social media, and he's just like, I don't read that stuff. And then Lois makes the joke.
That's a persona. Like Clark Kent / Superman acts like he's 25.
Yeah, that's true. I don't read that stuff. And then she's like, except seldomly, you know, at work. And then she brings up like hashtag super shit. And Clark's like, you know, that one specifically irritates me. By the way, did you know that scene that between him and Lois was 12 minutes?
It doesn't feel like 12
minutes. It really doesn't at all. And James Gunn actually said in an interview, he was asked like, what was the what element or what part of the movie were you like most like anxious or like most worried about in terms of audience reception? And he said that scene because because you know it's a 12-minute scene of just characters talking. He was worried that it was too long or that people would get bored quickly. But personally, for me, I didn't because what they're talking about was interesting.
Clark is really bad at interviews, and Lois needs to help him.
Mm-hmm. I love.
He only uses himself as an interview partner. That bro cannot interview for Sugar Honey Iced Tea.
I love the part where Lois is like, how do you think this is going? And Clark's like, well, I think I'm doing pretty good. And you see Lois lock in, like she literally sits up and starts asking even harder questions. She's like, okay. Because
no, he did terrible during that entire interview, except people were going to die. Like, Lois should have leaked that
yeah. I feel like because
part of the and just cut the interview there. Like everything from that, and you just cut it at people were going to die. Fully understand. I'm with them.
Yeah.
I endorse Superman. That line read is so
good. Yeah.
If you argue against it, you are just immoral. You are just an immoral person. You cannot say that you are a moral person if, at the end of the day, he did it because people were going to die and he was right. Doesn't matter what these two countries, what these two nations, what these two governments are. At the end of the day, their war were going to kill people who sided with them and against them. And that's, at the end of the day, the problem with it.
Yeah. And I also like
full stop.
I also like when Lois asked Clark like what he did with the leader, and he was like, oh, you know, we had a little private conversation. How so? Well, I flew him out into the desert. Okay. And I stuck him to a cactus. Yeah. Yeah. And it.
My favorite thing about this is this just part of the reason why I say that Superman's bad at interviews. Dog, don't admit to that, bro. You don't have to admit that you did that.
Yeah, and no, the worst part is when he doubles down because Lois is like, so torture. He's like, no, it's a cactus. It's like little. It's like little spikes.
No, that still can be classified as torture. You caused the injury to that man. Don't make it less than what it is. If you want to make it less than what it is, lie.
What else? What's next on your list?
What's next on my list? Okay, so there's the scene with him meeting up with the government agent, and I only bring this scene up because Lex, you know,
oh yeah,
Planet Watch, like he's pitching it. I only bring this up because some part during that scene, I was like, so Amazo win?
Yeah.
I like something about the which like the Raptors are based off of the Lex bots. So like that's probably like he's probably gonna be like, oh, humans are so useless. When I get out of here, I'm making my entire fleet Lex bots next time.
Yeah.
But like the entire time, I was like, this feels like something that Amazo would be part of.
Yeah, definitely. And I thought
it was like, so I can't wait to see Amazo as a villain.
And I thought you were gonna bring up that scene because I think that's the first time in the movie we see Rick Flag Sr.
It is, but I only kind of care about his last scene, not really he does in this scene.
Oh
Also,
yeah.
one of the people was the character that hits Amanda Waller over the head with a broom during the Suicide Squad. Like she's named the same, if I'm remembering correctly, which means that at some point she left Task Force X and got a way cooler job.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that unless it's on a previously on. We don't know that.
Technically speaking, yeah, but like if the character's named the same, I'm gonna pretend like that's true because that's funny.
Yeah.
Because like, of course, the person who beat Amanda Waller over the head with a broomstick had a GTFO that job.
Yeah. Yeah, because Amanda Waller would not have taken that disrespect.
No, not without heavy scrutinization. Okay. Then my next thing is the interview scene. Okay. Then my next thing is Dimensional Imp, which means that I'm gonna cut back to the kaiju fight was great.
Oh yeah.
The infiltration scene at the fortress was great, but there's not much to say there. The kaiju fight was great.
Also, I liked how. I was gonna say I liked how even though it was a giant monster rampaging across the city, Superman still didn't want to kill it unless absolutely necessary.
Yeah, that's great. Really showing off the no-kill rule. We'll get to because of a certain scene. But the kaiju fight, I loved how Maxwell didn't send them out until it threatened his field.
I didn't even pick up on that.
Yeah, notice that you don't see the Justice Gang until it threatens Macro Lord's Lord Tech building. So he definitely has no bias at all. But I love how they're just so focused on the monster that Superman has to go about
and stop the collateral damage.
Stop it. Like, I love that. I love the feeling, and like this is a thing in the comics and in some shows where Superman really was the origin point for heroes. Like they really like thought about what they were and what they are, and like changed how they acted. July is going to be really exciting when the Justice League eventually comes. It's going to come about from all these heroes rallying around the Trinity. I really think that it's going to be great seeing because Batman is the sort of hero that has these sorts of codes. Superman is the sort of hero that has these sorts of codes. Wonder Woman is the one they send when they need someone with no codes.
Yeah.
Which is the perfect trinity.
Yeah, because
right? They perfectly represent what the League should be.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, it was funny after the movie came out seeing people compare Corn Sweat Superman to Cavill Superman. Because, you have that scene where, he tells them, like, watch it, they're innocent civilians. A truck and it explodes. Have you seen all the memes about how Henry Cavill just aura forms? Like...
Oh, yeah. So I watched this channel called, I forget what it's called, but the entire premise around it is not the entire premise, but it's like mostly like a bunch of like, oh, let's like codify a bunch of these famous characters, and like basically the main character of the channel is Piccolo.
Yeah.
And Gohan as they go on this journey of learning how to adapt. And recently they've started up their oil farming part of the training arc. And so now there was a DAP-up tournament of power, and now there's an aura farming tournament of power. And in it, Darth Vader comes down because him and Piccolo had a cape off, and he comes down to Earth because he found out about Henry Cavill's Superman.
Oh my god!
There's an entire video. There's like an entire it's like a good 2-minute video that he made where it's just Darth Vader and Piccolo going, "Wow, this man aura farms."
I need to see that.
Like the part where he spins around in space.
Oh yeah, where he does the pose. Do you know the most infamous scene where the courthouse explodes and he just stands there like?
Yeah, isn't that the one where he's like has the sun to his back? He's just looking down.
Yeah, because people are making memes and saying stuff like "bro's faster than light." By the way. Although in his defense, the bomb was covered by lead, so he didn't know it was there.
Oh, wait, they don't let you share shorts through this? Oh my god, I gotta look it up on my phone. Diabolical. How can I
Wow.
just share a short on my computer? Yeah, moving on from that, I got the interview, right? Yeah, I really like showing off Superman as the hero that like teaches everyone to be a hero. Like not just stop the madness, but make sure people are safe while it's occurring. Like I love it. Like the scene was already really cool when we just had the trailer of him going eyes up here, but like when you fully realized that it was him going, oh, this thing is gonna breathe fire at me. I have to be out of the way of
The
buildings
people.
while he does it. This Superman is so great. I am here for the superhero saving people renaissance. I'm so with it.
Yes, because like Thunderbolts did it, Superman did it, Fantastic Four did it. Going at superheroes are finally acting like superheroes should be.
It is fantastic. So that brings us to Secret Harem.
Okay. I have some
like
thoughts.
So people have problems. I like it.
Here's my thing. I'm indifferent to making Clark's parents villains. Kal-El's parents. I'm okay with
I don't
that.
think they're villains. I don't think they're villains in that. I have a nuanced take about that.
Okay, well let me say my thing first. I think, like I said, I'm indifferent to it. Only because I just feel like I know they said in the movie, and even Lex himself says it, that the footage could not be doctored. Like, he even says it to the corrupt president, that, it's not
But he
doctored.
didn't doctorate that. It was his parents screwed him, not me.
Yeah. I just can't see his parents doing that. I have this theory, and maybe it's just cope, that in a future sequel they'll reveal that like someone forced them to send that message, because there's a clear disconnect between that first half and that second half. I believe someone made them say that.
I don't think there's a disconnect.
Because it literally starts out, and it's like, oh, I love you, my son, and, we're sending you to protect the people of Earth. Oh, but you also have to conquer them and kill...
They never say protect, they say do great good. Doing great good does not mean that you're protecting people. It just means you're doing good.
And in their eyes, doing good is...
I am fine with this, is that the entire point of the story of the fall of Krypton is supposed to be this futuristic, better than us in every way, further than us technology-wise society. Is that even that sort of society can fail if they look away, if they don't realize they're better than, they think they're smarter than.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, a society like that would look at Earth, even Earth of DC's level, and go, this is a planet that just knows nothing. They just have nothing. You can teach them all of that. And like I think the harem thing is just like what's the direct way he says it? Like he says multiple wives. It's like that could just be like a planetary thing. It's like Krypton has multiple wives. Like they're an alien species. Why do they have to stand by monogamous standpoints?
And I'm trying to remember exactly.
Have a society where it's just like that's fine, right? And so it's all just a thing of like a different society telling their last son, "Hey, go raise the society to be the next version of our society because our society was."
I'm gonna look at the exact quote.
You don't tell, especially since the translated word they use for like people who were like they don't say kill, they don't say destroy.
Yeah, it says. Okay, it says.
They say like dispose of.
Yeah, I got it.
It could just be a translation thing of just like, like make them like just do away with them. Like, you don't have to kill those type of people. You don't have to jail those type of people. But there's a way to like just like sort of like not have to deal with them. You know what I mean? Like kick them out of your country that you make of this great world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that from this perspective of the people of Earth, it looks bad. But when you really truly think about it, it wasn't supposed to be like a conquer thing.
Yeah, because I'm looking.
It just wasn't.
because I'm looking at the quote again, and here's what they say. So they say, the people, they are simple and profusely confused, weak of mind and spirit and body, lord over the planet as the last son of Krypton. Dispatch of anyone unwilling or unable to serve you, Kal-El. Take as many wives as you can, so your genes and Krypton's might and legacy will live on in this new frontier. Oh yeah, do us proud, our beloved son, rule without mercy. That last part's...
It's the only that last part's the only thing where it's like, what? But here's the where, and I like to see it as like from that standpoint. But there's another standpoint that you can take, and New Rockstars takes the standpoint, and I think that this would be interesting. But I'm perfectly fine if that was just the direct translation. And that was it, and that's exactly what they meant. I find it very interesting. Rahshawn brings this up, that maybe the translation is as direct as you can get for Krypton's language to English, and there's just problems with the translation.
Yeah.
We see this all the time in earthly languages. There are words in Arabic that just don't have a good translation for it. There are words in Japanese we just don't have a good translation for it. We try our best. We make assumptions. We sometimes build new phrases out of the words we have, but we will never have the direct words for what they had. He especially points out the we love you more than the heavens and the lands, where it's like maybe there's like a word in Krypton and Kryptonese where it's like the great sky, or like, so it's like something along those lines where it's just like it's just so untranslatable to English.
Yeah.
Where it could end up being that like the message was actually one of hope and of good and like do good for these people. And it just got translated wrong. And it just got translated, not wrong, but translated in a way the best that we could do, and it just sounded wrong.
Yeah, and that would make sense, because like I said, the first part of the message is them talking about, like, oh yeah, it's like the way it's worded, you can tell that it's obviously translated. We have searched the universe for a home where you can do the most good. Legacy will live on in this new frontier. Like, stuff like that, it feels like...
how people talk, right?
Yeah.
It's just not how people talk. It's definitely not how you're gonna talk to your baby.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it was a recorded message, so they probably expected him to watch it when he was older. Oh, what was that? Like, huh? Maybe. Who knows?
Right? So that's how I see it.
Yeah.
The dog scene was perfect.
Which...
dog, Luther.
Oh yeah, What the hell did I was... Yeah.
Why'd you break my door? Fuck your door and the knobs.
You don't respect doorknobs?
I can't wait for that to get like a full proper edit when the movie drops on something.
Yeah, so...
The edit that exists currently is like okay, but we can make it better.
The problem is, like, it's hard to, like, match it as well as the original matched it to the audio.
We can do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that seems great. I can't believe that Lex managed to find a way to spin that, because if I saw a man break into another guy's house yelling about what he did to my dog while the other guy's like, what dog are you talking about? I'd be like, oh, well, that guy stole his dog. What's wrong with Lex? I don't care what that video said. Why'd you steal my man's dog?
Or like the pettiest thing where he's taking a sip from his cup and he mumbles a stupid mutt with a cape. Like, whoa, you're lucky.
It was like I thought it was like stupid looking mutt in a cape.
It was something like that. Also,
it was like, wow.
Also, someone on Twitter made the observation that one of the reasons Clark was probably so furious and like so willing to get Crypto back, on top of, you know, him caring about life, is because if Kara found out, Lex would be dead. Like that whole like Luthor corpse getting dismantled.
Supergirl does not give a fuck.
Yeah.
Supergirl will kill you. She does not care.
Also, I also really love the thing that Clark says to Lois. The scene where he's talking to her about how he wants to... It's like, I can't remember exactly what he says, but he's basically like, yeah, he's a dog. not even a very good one, but he's alone out there and scared.
He's just squirrels.
Yeah, well, yeah, that, but like that's Superman. Like I just can't. I don't have any other like phrase I can give other than that's just Superman. Like yeah, the dog's
Also,
kind of annoying, but it's
dimensional imp.
oh yeah.
But that's like they knew what they were doing there. Like you knew what you were referencing. All right, Mr. Mixie Spitalik will be here eventually.
Yes, and he'll look like
brings us to the Peacemaker of it all.
okay.
I love Peacemaker just absolutely dogging the no-kill thing.
Also, I just want to say, when I saw it in theaters, more so the first time than the second time, that was a part of the movie where there were people who gasped and people who cheered, which like I didn't expect. I didn't think Peacemaker was like.
Of course he is. You think that people don't remember the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker Season 1? Those were the best things to come out of the DCU.
Yeah, that's true. But then some of them may have also.
John Cena.
Yeah, that could have also been
John
it.
Cena.
They could have been like, oh shoot, it's John Cena.
John Cena.
Even
though anyone who can recognize that man with a helmet over half of his face is crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
He does not look like John Cena while he's wearing that helmet. When he takes it off, it's like, oh, that's John Cena. When he has it on, it's like, oh, that is a guy.
That is a man. That is a people.
What did this note mean?
What? Which one?
It doesn't make sense. What was going on at that point? So right after the Peacemaker mention, and wait, it says Superman so peak. So this has to be before. So I know that the Superman is so peak was me referencing like him like with the dog. I was like Superman is so peak. With like when I know that was that speech. So somewhere in between Peacemaker showing up and Superman talking about his dog, I said, I think it doesn't really make sense about something. Apparently something did not make sense to me. I don't know what that was. Patrick.
All I remember in between those two moments is Clark talking about how he's punk rock and how kindness is the new punk rock. That's the only thing I remember. Unless you were talking about like the Justice Gang fighting the giant imp.
Nah, because that was fine. I have no idea what this was about. It's crazy. I loved the turning himself in scene.
Oh, by the way,
the first thing my note about it is literally bullshit. The rights don't count for space aliens.
yeah, because
that undermines our entire everything if you say the rights don't count for space aliens.
Don't they even say later on in the movie, like, isn't it in like the Daily Planet newspaper where they're like, oh yeah, them holding Superman goes against the Geneva Convention or something like that?
It's not them holding him. It's them holding them in the pocket dimension.
Yeah.
Which New Rockstar points out, this might be like a thing in their Geneva Convention is that you're not allowed to use that sort of technology. Because Mr. Terrific is dumb. You could end up making a black hole with this sort of thing. What are you doing?
Yeah. Also, the scene. I don't know if you know this, but originally the movie was gonna have the movie takes place over the course of like a week. And there were gonna be parts where it would be like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but that James Gunn cut it out. You can tell where those title cards were gonna go. Like when it cuts from Clark and Lois talking to Clark being arrested, you can tell that was meant to be a title card.
See it.
Which it's not a big deal. It's not even a critique really. It's just something to point out.
At some point in time, I said Martian. Oh, when Lex calls him a Martian instead of a Kryptonian, I was like Martian because the Jothuns are right there. Martian Manhunter's favorite. I'm really excited.
Yeah.
Because we have Green Lantern, we have our Superman, we know we're getting a Batman. That girl's right there, which means that for the original lineup for like Justice League Unlimited, we're just missing like what, Green Arrow, The Flash,
I'm sorry.
Martian Manhunter. I was gonna say Aquaman, but I don't think he's actually in Justice League Unlimited. Now that I think about
Sorry,
it.
I laughed when you said the Flash because I thought of Ezra Miller, and my immediate thought was, we're not seeing Flash for a long time.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, Aquaman is not part of the Justice League or Justice League Unlimited. Yeah, the specific lineup for Justice League Unlimited, which we're really set up for, is Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, which we all know is going to get movies.
Mm-hmm.
Hulk Girl, who's in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
John Stewart, that was
There's
going to
me and
appear in
Lanterns.
Lanterns. And then we're literally just missing the Martian Manhunter in the Flash.
Almost there, we're almost there.
You know that he's not doing anything for the next 2 to 3 years with the Flash and Aquaman in terms of movies.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean they can't appear.
that's true, that's true.
So I'm expecting a Martian Manhunter movie in the next 2 to 3 years, and then we get Justice League.
What's the next
Was
thing?
it about Lex calling him a Martian?
Oh no. I guess what I was gonna say is, based on some of the projects they've already announced, like a Swamp Thing movie, and also Creature Commandos, and the fact that this chapter is called Gods and Monsters. Some people think that James Gunn is setting up a Justice League Dark movie.
Not a bad idea. We do see Zatanna technically.
You do?
Zatanna, whatever the proper name. Not Zatanna. What's her father's name? I always get their names messed up.
I don't know that. I know the character.
They're both Z's, which is what messes me up. Yeah. Zatanna. Zatanna.
Okay.
The image, there's an image on the Hall of Justice, which was so cool.
Oh, yeah.
And it was modeled off of the building that it was modeled off for the cartoon. Perfect, beautiful. There's a mural in it, and it shows the history of superheroes in this universe. And right before the World War II heroes, you can see Zatanna in it. So hey, Zatanna is a prominent member of Justice League Dark.
So it can
My
happen.
father was somewhat in the movie.
Mm-hmm. That would be interesting to see. Also, Constantine, he's part of Justice League Dark, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe in some continuity she founds the team, or takes credit for founding it.
That's kind of weird because I know they announced that they're making. Do you remember the Constantine movie with John Wick with Keanu Reeves? Apparently, they're making
Johnny Silverhand. I mean, Keanu Reeves.
I mean, Shadow the Hedgehog. I mean, Duke Kaboom. I mean, shit. Yeah, apparently they're making a sequel.
Neo.
Yeah, Neo. That's another.
We left that one out.
And that's like yeah. But apparently they're making a sequel to that Constantine movie, and it's going to be an Elseworld. So, but then again, we also know that they're apparently going to have 2 Batman just at the same time. So I guess it isn't that far fetched. Which, by the way, ever since the movie came out, I've seen more people hop on the Batterson X Corn Sweat Superman. Like, and
it shows off the characters pretty well in terms of how different their separate adventures are supposed to feel and why it feels so good whenever they come together.
Yeah, and on top of that, I've seen some videos where there was some very strong parallels between Superman and the Batman. I mean, literally one of the I remember. I remember one of the last shots of the Batman is him, looking up as the sun's rising. And then there's a shot in Superman that is very similar, shot very similarly. And people were making edits and being like, please, I need to see them together. And
even though we know he's not gonna do it.
I don't know, I've seen some people be like, when James Gunn and Matt Reeves are gonna cross over their universes, you just can't prove it yet.
It would be cool because I think that Patterson can play a Batman that is in a universe.
I'm neutral on it because on one hand I do want a very fantastical Batman, but on the other hand, like it would just be they're just perfect, they would have a perfect dynamic with each other.
Here's the thing: you can make a fantastical Batman, and also make the Batman act like that sort of grounded take that we got in the Batman.
Yeah.
But you need a different actor anyway because it's going to be post. At least what? Like, isn't it confirmed that like Nightwing he wants to do Nightwing? Like, isn't it confirmed he's doing Damian? In fact, didn't he confirm his father's gonna be Damian?
Oh yeah, in the Brave and the Bold movie.
He has to be old.
Yeah. So yeah, okay, yeah. So they're not crossing over, unfortunate.
Like, I'm sorry, Pattinson, you're too young. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. By the time the trilogy's complete, he'll be old enough.
By the time the trilogy's complete, we'll be on our third phase of these.
That's actually crazy. Cause yeah, second one comes out 2027. Third one's probably not gonna come out till 2030 something. At least we're getting
like
there.
this Spider-Man movie, right?
Okay. What else do you have? What else?
Well, talk about the Jimmy thing. Oh, yeah. So I'm glad that Darwin died and then used his powers to resurrect himself into the
DC universe.
Oh my God, Mr. Terrific is.
Mr. Terrific. Take back what I said about Hot Girl earlier. Is there a rank higher than MVP? Because if there is, then Mr. Terrific is a rank above that.
It quite literally stands for most valuable person. It can't be a rank.
Okay, well, Mr. Terrific is most valid person, value person. Okay, like, by the way, one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie is when Lois is trying to convince the Justice Gang to help her rescue Superman. Not only because it's really well written and really funny and shows off their personalities, but like, it's just a really good scene. I love how Hot Girl is paying no attention. She doesn't give a shit. Guy Gardner is just being Guy Gardner. Meanwhile, Mr. Terrific's over here locked in, tracking down Superman. And then that's where we get the line where it's like, I installed the tracking chips in his bloodstream. And then Lois is like, you track? What did she say? She's like, you put tracking chips in people's bloodstreams? Oh yeah, I do that to everyone. And then Guy Gardner and Hot Girl.
Like, look over kind of side-eyedly. Also, like, can't wait for him to meet Batman. That was the most Batman-coded line ever. Like, the entire time Mr. Perfect is in this film, a part of me is like, wow, I see you really wanted to use Batman this early, James Gunn.
Uh-huh.
Like, half the things Mr. Perfect does, I'm like, this could have been Batman.
Mm-hmm. Also,
it would have been done slightly differently, but that could have been Batman.
Also, I love how he doesn't have any superpowers. I know that's his whole character, his whole stick, but it's just really cool watching him fight using just his tech. Like, that fight scene when they enter the military base, anytime there's a needle drop in a fight...
They found a way to throw in that they're called T-Spears.
Yeah.
I always give films props when they find a way to, like, organically throw in dialogue of, like, what these things are called.
Yeah. If you're watching a James Gunn movie and there's a needle drop followed by a fight scene, you know he's gonna cook.
Really felt like that hallway fight
on Guardians. Yeah.
Also, I love how little effort he puts into like it is subtle gestures that make the T-Spears do what they do.
Yeah. I also like the part where where he aura forms. Okay, what's next on your list? By the way, thank you for making this list. It keeps us organized.
Yeah, literally my next thing is shout out to Terrific pulling a Batman, and I know that was specifically seeing the nanites. Because the second I heard that, I was like, oh, so Batman, you just pulled a Batman. Mm-hmm. It feels like you could rip Mr. Terrific in half and have Batman say half of his lines, I swear.
Yeah. I mean, even like when he's like, I'm goddamn Mr. Terrific. That could easily be I'm goddamn Batman.
It really feels like it's just like, can't use Batman, not yet. It's terrific. He's the third smartest person on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Which, fun fact, I recently saw in it wasn't an edit, but it should have been. This line can be made into an edit, but it was a scene from one of the shows. I think it was Unlimited, where some villain, because it doesn't matter which one, because no one cares, grabs up all the top 10 smartest people on DC's Earth, and he grabs up Batman, Mr. Terrific, Lex Luthor, and it doesn't matter who else. And Lex Luthor wins the game, and bro was like, "Oh yeah, you're so smart. Anyway, so I'm gonna take over your body."
Oh.
And Batman and Mr. Terrific's stop it from happening because great job. You brought two of the smartest people together on Earth. You thought that your evil plan was going to go perfectly to plan with these people around. And Batman literally just says, "My plan, I knew Mr. Terrific had a plan. So I waited perfectly to execute his plan."
The least amount of Batman plot armor. The least amount of Batman.
Mr. goes, "Yeah, it was pretty easy to hack into your systems once I do all of this." And then the bad guy goes, "I didn't expect this from the third smartest person." It's like, "Yeah, I try to keep myself low key. Who do you think wrote the list?"
Hey, that's hard. That's hard.
Immediately gone into an edit because that is a bar.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah.
So, anyways, all that to say, I want more Mr. Terrific. I want him to make the Terrifics out of the Justice Gang, and I want him to get to say that line.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Mr. Terrific is the MMVP. Okay. So.
So we get to the scene of Lex Luthor holding this poor, innocent, doesn't deserve this bullshit man hostage.
Okay, before...
As he asks...
Oh, I was gonna say, before we even explain the scene, Lex is pure evil. Don't get me wrong. Like, everything he had done up to this movie, absolutely horrible, despicable. But this, what he does to, what's the guy's name? Malik, I think his name was? That is, I know he was willing to let millions die, started, a war, did all of these horrible things. But that might just be the evilest thing he did, in my opinion.
Worse to sit on 30 cakes. 40 cakes.
Yes,
So much worse.
I mean, because Malik, literally, had basically no connection to Superman outside if he gave him food once and was nice to him. It
literally did nothing wrong.
That was the other point in the theater where you felt the tension shift. Everything just went silent when that gunshot went off. Because it genuinely caught me off guard. It was crazy. And
I like software too. Which that in a line that he says soon after really reveals the child and the man-child that is Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
And in here, spins the revolver, aims at his head, and tries to get mental to... What's the first thing he tries to get to say?
He's like, who...
He tries to make him give up Ma and Pa Kemp.
Yeah, he's like, who raised you?
Fucking diabolical.
Mm-hmm.
It's just absolutely disgusting. I think the first thing he says is who's working with you? Who do you work for?
Yeah, and then I think the second one is, who raised you? And...
He pulled the trigger, and he's like, "Oh, he got lucky. Lose it again."
And
you can tell from how he reacts that Lex, I 100% truly believe that Lex never intended to actually kill this guy.
You don't think so?
I 100% do not believe that Lex intended to kill this guy. And like I said, I think this scene really reveals the child and the man-child that is Lex Luthor. I think that he was literally trying to just throw a bomb on Superman. I'm gonna kill this guy, give me some answers. And if he had gotten one answer out of him, or if he had gotten none, he would have done it 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Because he thinks that he's so smart that it will never actually land on the bullet. He would have just left.
You think so?
Maybe thrown the guy in the jail with him. I think he would have thrown the guy in the jail of people.
Mm-hmm.
Because the guy made as much of a slight against him as his ex did. Either the guy would have been into the jail. He would have thrown him in and would have left. I think that the man-child that is Lex did not expect that bullet to actually fire. But when it did, oh well, and then he used his brains and smarts to spin it, like, see what happens? Move. People die on your watch. I'm gonna kill other people. In fact,
I'm gonna kill that reporter you talked to.
That interviewer. I'll kill Clark Kent.
Wait.
Which perfectly finally finishes off the child and the man-child. Because throughout all of his smarts, throughout all of his thinking, throughout all of his planning, he never for once realized that Clark Kent was.
Because when he first.
Because that is the problem with Lex Luthor, is that he is way, way, way dumber.
Yeah, and when he says that line, I'll kill that reporter you've been talking to. Most people assume, oh no, he means Lois, and then he's like, maybe I'll kill Clark Kent. Ew, he doesn't know.
Right.
But I also want to just point out how sad Malik's death is, because before the first chamber goes off, he says, "It was an honor to have you eat my food, Superman." And then, it clicks, nothing. And then his final words were, "Don't worry, I have no family, don't tell them anything." And he dies. And...
Wow.
And it was a lie, because...
There's a reason why he was the hero, bro.
Yeah, and him saying he has no family was a lie. Because if you remember, when Superman was fighting the Hammer, then he gets knocked down, Malik runs over to him, but before then he tells a guy at their stand, like, "Oh, you got this, sir?" That guy is his dad. So he did have a family, and he just lied to make Superman feel less bad.
That man's a true hero.
He is.
That one reporter, that Clark Kent guy, he really, really understands, bro.
Yeah.
That article that he put up that Saturday about him.
Clark Kent gets a lot of shit, but he's a great journalist. I mean, why else would Superman talk with him?
Exclusively at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. People really need to make a podcast where they just talk about a movie, but
it actually happens.
If they're the characters. No, it's as the characters, it's just they don't know that Superman's Clark Kent and all that.
Okay, next up, if there's
so makes the hydrogen, because I love metamorphosis. I can't stand by this. He just killed a guy.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, I truly do not think that Lex meant to kill him. I think that Lex covers it up so well because Lex is intelligent that he makes any mistakes he makes look like part of the plan.
Yeah. Even when you lose, make it seem like a victory.
Right? And I think that's what he did. Especially since that it was the catalyst for Metamorpho. Really think about it. You have this guy's son hostage. You are trying to keep control over Superman. If you think about it for even a modicum of a moment, killing anybody is a really, 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 really bad idea right now. Because so that you're willing to kill someone, what proof does he have that you're not willing to kill his son?
Exactly.
I truly think that wasn't planned. I truly think that his death was not
planned. Yeah.
But yeah, they break out. The breakout scene is great. I don't really have much to say about it.
Yeah.
Saving Crypto was cute.
Yeah.
Baby is adorably ugly in ways that I cannot comprehend.
Yeah. Also, by the way,
so
I love
using the super breath to save everybody was cool. I really love how much he gets to use his super breath and he.
Yeah. He also uses his X-ray vision at one point. That was cool. Yeah. I like how, because throughout the movie, Crypto is, being a bad dog. He's fighting people. He's playing. To him, it's playing, but he's attacking people and all that. And you just think, oh, he's just one of those kind of dogs. And then you find out he was raised that way because he's Cora's dog.
He's not raised that way because he's Cora's dog. He wasn't raised.
I mean,
she has no. That's what the whole conversation at the end is about. Is he literally is just not disappointed. he's going off pure instinct.
Yeah, because Cora just
He has the instinct, like, he's literally basically a dog who has not been trained, who was given superpowers. Like, of course he's destructive.
yeah, and because Cora has superpowers too, she doesn't mind when he's playing with her and slamming her into the ground. But
because it's basically the equivalent of if you had superpowers and your dog has superpowers. Like some people are just really chill with their dog just getting up on their grill like that.
yeah,
So if you have the same amount of superpowers and your dog's not crushing your windpipe, yeah, of course you're fine with it.
yeah. We'll get to that. Okay, so they break out. Superman saves them. They narrowly escape. What's next after that? On your list?
We get the second scene on podcast, which means we kind of already dealt through it. It was
Yeah.
really nice. It was really solid.
Mhm.
Then we get to sorry, we need over you. The people.
The Metropolis.
Oh, cool. There's gonna be no people if you don't get over here.
Mhm.
So we get that scene.
Yeah.
We get so many people somehow miraculously escaping this black hole.
Oh yeah.
like, oh yeah, let's use Mr. T's ship to get out of here, and then Lex just has the entire
building
of Luthor Corps able to just dismount. Like that's so comic book, bro.
Yeah.
I love it.
I also love.
Nothing felt more comic book than the last third of this movie.
I also love. I mentioned this earlier about how he was willing to let millions in the nearby city die. I also like the one line he says, where one of his workers is like, "Well, sir, if we don't shut it down, it could destroy the entire world." And he's like, "Well, shut it down once it gets to a city I care about."
Yeah. So yeah, the engineer and Ultraman fight. Perfect. Loved it.
Also, I love how.
I find it very interesting because, like, do we ever see like his vital signs going down during that bit where she's filling his lungs? Because I have a sneak that it wasn't actually that bad because those Superman can breathe in space, i.e., doesn't really need that much oxygen.
Yeah.
Because the sun kind of gives him all of what his body needs.
Oh.
So I think while Lex was like cheering, like, yes, we got him, like, bro was actually just kind of like, oh, this is so uncomfortable. They're all in my throat.
No, wasn't there a line where they acknowledged that, where one of his workers was like, can't he hold his breath for like this amount of time? And Lex was like, not when his lungs are filled, or something like that.
That's not how that works.
So,
Like I said, if I remember correctly, it might be just depend on canon. I think some say that he holds his breath. I think others are just like, if he's near a yellow sun, Ro does not need to eat,
sleep,
drink,
do anything.
he does all of that stuff for recreational wants. It's like how their metabolism makes it so that they can't get drunk.
Yeah, which is why Cora goes off and parties on planets with red suns.
So I just find that scene fun. Love how they crash down. Can't wait to see Engineer and the Authority.
Never gonna happen.
That, right? James Gunn, come on.
That's never happening.
Should James Gunn make the Authority? Otherwise, you left the Engineer off in a really weird place. Also, can we just acknowledge how crazy it is that, like, she's not, like, she's just the nanites? Like, I don't think there's anything organic in her body.
I'm pretty sure she's just nanites, because
otherwise the handstand scene makes no sense.
Yeah, she's just pure nanites.
She switches her head
and
to the
body.
Other side of her body.
Which, by the way, she had no reason to do that. She could have just easily turned around. She had the stunt on him.
Yeah, no, she was horrifying for no reason. Like, and that took longer than just turning around.
Also, that scene where he's fighting Ultraman and the engineer in the stadium, I love how he like, even while they're kicking his ass, he's still trying to talk them out of it. Like, oh, you don't have to help Luthor. Like, you
can still be saved. It was great.
And then as soon as he realizes they don't care and that he can fight them without killing them, he just starts spinning the engineer around.
Nah, the fly up and crash down was crazy.
That was crazy. Also, another thing.
Yeah, Bizarro's great. I love that. Crypto getting that scene is cute. I think the only scene we haven't talked about is the post-credit scene, the very end with the fortress
What?
and Lex's downfall.
Okay, before we get to that, another thing I want to point out is during one of the shots of people evacuating Metropolis, you see like signs
You
to
see
the
Gotham City.
and people are making memes like, "Who the hell is evacuating to Gotham City?" I'm sorry, I'd rather take the Dimensional Rift over Gotham any day.
I'd rather die than go to Gotham City over in New Jersey because we're in Delaware.
By the way, this
I
hopefully
don't want
this
to leave the big apricot.
hopefully this doesn't turn into like a big tangent, but you know the Absolute Universe, the comics.
Oh yes, I know a great deal about it.
I saw a TikTok where this guy was like, you know how people make jokes about, oh, rent in Gotham must be like $10 a month. Rent in Absolute Gotham must be negative. You have to pay people to live there. I mean, doesn't Absolute Superman...
Here's the thing. It's the Absolute Universe is actually fine. It's probably actually at a higher point than Gotham. Because at the time period that we were at, crime is kind of like in an okay place. Like really, pay attention. Like if you actually read the comics, only Batman is having to deal with Kaiju Bane and Monster Killer Croc.
Oh yeah,
he's like the only one, right?
I saw a TikTok where it was
Mr. Freeze is like the worst that it's gotten from. So like give it like 5 months and then it'll be in the negative.
I saw one TikTok where it was talking about Absolute Bane, and it was like a picture of his full body, and it was just like, excuse me, let me zoom in real quick. That's his head, if you couldn't tell. Because his body is like so huge, his head is like minuscule. Also, doesn't Batman like tame Killer Croc or something?
Croc is on Batman's side, which is good because bro needs one win. But that was right after the Bane fight. Like,
Oh.
Also, I need it to be acknowledged before we get back to Superman. That Absolute Bane. We got a sneak peek for Absolute Bane, and he was so big that he was already bigger than Batman.
And Batman's already like...
It was already the size of normal Bane in the main light. So everyone was like, oh wow, that venom juice is really kicking. And then at the same time with Batman, as you're reading the comment, he goes, I'm gonna kick your juiced up ass. Before Bane goes, juiced up? Didn't use this yet? And then he becomes a kaiju. Like,
oh my god.
That's diabolical work.
Oh.
Like, the scene where he's gripping onto Bro's head and Batman's the size of his finger, that's post-juice. Like, dog, I quit.
Yeah, no, I'm not... No.
Like, please tell me you've seen the reaction image of Batman.
I don't think so.
Please tell me you've seen... Batman looks so dejected. Bro says, I'm gonna kick your juiced up ass, and then Bane says, I'm not using it yet, and then Batman just looks so distraught.
I'm not using it yet. Absolute Batman.
This is probably the most distraught I've ever seen a Batman look.
Yeah, I think I found it. Wait, let me... Okay, I think this is it. I think this is it. Here, let me send it real quick.
Yeah, that's
it. Just,
dog.
Yeah, he's...
Look at his face.
I just...
so distraught.
Yeah, no, I quit. I would quit. Getting back to Superman, that was an interesting tangent.
I love Superman's final speech.
Oh yeah, where he talks about...
He's just human.
Yeah. In fact, I want to...
Like anyone else, and how he still thinks that Lex can do good things for the world. It's so Superman, it's so awesome.
Which is crazy because, like...
decides to pull a Hulk from
Yeah,
the Avengers
then
and
just
absolutely wreck house with Luthor, which was well deserved.
yeah. By the way, if I was, because Superman's like, Crypto, come on, stop, he's had enough. If I was Superman in that situation, you know what I would do? I would be like, no, come on, stop, come on.
And that's why you're not Superman.
No.
And that's why you're not Superman. That is why you are not the symbol of hope for
The
an
symbol
entire
of
society.
the symbol of truth, justice, and the
American
better
dream,
tomorrow,
which is the American way.
Yeah, the American dream. Can't say American way anymore.
Because it's not our way anymore. Our way is faster now.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at Superman's speech. It's just powerful. Like I can't even do it justice by reading it out. It's just beautiful.
I watched the movie. Even though
Yeah.
we spoiled the entire thing. I watched it anyway because it was great. It was fun.
Wait, actually, did we spoil everything? Oh, we didn't talk about.
Very evil for that. Now people are gonna think that someone's gonna die.
Oh, do you not remember the scene where Peace?
Why would you imply that Peacemaker's in this movie even more than he is?
I don't know. I just needed something.
The next time we'll see Peacemaker is when Red Hood becomes relevant in Batman stories because they share an apartment in Gotham.
I mean, that's not true. Next time we see Peacemaker is like in 3 weeks, when season 2 comes out.
Yeah, 3 weeks. I really like that at the end. I love the bot, like the bot saying the thing about like the pictures of his, like the video of his parents, and I was like, oh wait, that's kind of wholesome that he can still see the good. And then my pod kept popping up and was like, oh.
That genuinely made my heart melt when I saw that because they say the same thing like, oh, put on his parents' messages, it soothes him, and then it's his actual mom and dad, Pa and Ma Kent, and then that's how they end the film with him smiling. God, it's so good. Also, Carla, Supergirl, her 30 seconds of screen time, I'm already hyped for her movie.
Her suit looks amazing.
It does. I also love her story because there were some adaptations where the writers just make her like a carbon copy of Superman instead of like her own character.
Her character.
And I like how they're characterizing her as like the drunk party girl, because like
I like it because this seems like a character that would get caught in the Red Lantern's bullshit.
Like
she's being like she would earn the Red Lantern ring.
Like I especially love how because throughout the entire movie, Kal-El never cusses. He like when like at the very beginning when Crypto destroys some stuff, he's like, "What the hey, dude?" Or later on during the kaiju fight, he's like, "Goodness gracious." Meanwhile, Kara's first 30 seconds on screen, "What the hell, dude? Why'd you move the door?" And then when she leaves, "Thanks for watching him, bitch." So that just shows their contrasting personalities, and I love that.
Very well. It's interesting, especially since I think they're going to go back to the original origin of with her, especially since we know for a fact that we're going to see her parents in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. Because the origin that everyone is used to is actually not how it was originally done. The origin of Jor-El's brother deciding to also send Kara along to be the protector of her little brother or little nephew, and then she gets time dilated for whatever reason, and she ends up younger, is not actually her original origin.
Okay, before you explain her original origin, that might still be what they're doing, because Clark in this movie is 30, but the plot synopsis that we have for Supergirl is her celebrating her 21st birthday.
Which means she's canonically younger then, yes.
Oh wait, you were saying that was her original story, her being time dilated.
No, that is not her original story of being time dilated.
Oh.
She is still younger in the comics in her original story.
What's her original story then?
The original origin is that there was a city on Krypton that Jor-El's brother helped put a dome around that was originally supposed to help it like stay not polluted. It was like supposed to be a test function for it. But when the destruction of Krypton happened,
It got
the dome
separated.
actually protected the city, and so they ended up surviving the destruction of Krypton. And so they ended up just kind of floating around in space for a while. With I think his name is Zor-El. With Zor-El ending up the leader of the people because he made the dome that saved them.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit later on, they find out about Earth and about Kal-El being there and that he survived, and they were like, "Oh, snap, let's go, bro! Like, that's my nephew over there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let me go.
Go pay him a visit.
Let me go over. You know? And then they found out about the sun giving them superpowers, and they were like, there was like a big like fight about, I don't think we should be here, brother. And I believe at some point before they find out about the yellow sun stuff, Zor-El and his wife have Kara. So she is canonically born
after the destruction.
Before him.
Okay.
So Argon leaves the solar system while Kara is still pretty young, and like lands on a planet. It's just the last remnants of Krypton. They know that Kal-El is out there somewhere, but like they don't want to mess up whatever he has going on. So they just kind of live out their life, and eventually Kara, because I believe the city actually ends up getting destroyed for whatever reason, and Kara, like Zor-El, like sends Kara off to go meet up with her cousin, see what's going on. And I think that they could end up doing that origin, you know, because of this reason that they've already cast her parents.
Yeah, that would make sense. And also they're lifting. I don't know the like full story, but they're also lifting directly from Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. So
yeah, the comic, which Rockstars has a video out on what that looks like. The comic is very interesting. So if they lift directly from it, this is going to be a space tale, not Earth, which is very fun.
Yeah, I think they already confirmed that.
Like, this is a very interesting way to take the Supergirl character, because I think the problem with Supergirl as a show is that it felt way too much like, okay, you just did Clark, but as a woman, I guess. Where Kara just like goes out, has a space adventure with this woman looking for a man who killed her father, and you know, Kara just kind of tags along, and it's just kind of a fun space adventure. I'm especially excited to see, because of like the difference between her and Clark, like reaction to Krypto. I'm excited to see like how his shenanigans are seen in that different light. A 21-year-old.
Yeah, I am too. I am super excited, and the fact that it's the very next movie, I'm hyped.
Yeah.
I like how.
Also, I do like how it's pretty obvious that it's not going to be like a prequel or anything.
Yeah.
Which is why I think they're probably gonna go with the original origin of Kara with the whole 21st birthday binge sesh. Because it's pretty obvious that she's on it. Currently.
Yeah. By the way,
maybe, or it could be a prequel, and that was no, because she has to pick up the dog.
Yeah, because Krypto's in it.
She just like goes on a binge fest, picks up her dog, goes on another one.
But also, I like how the only projects that we know like definitive release dates for are Peacemaker Season 2, which comes out later this month, Lanterns, which comes out I think spring or summer next year, and Supergirl, which comes out next summer as well. We don't have
the next summer blockbuster.
Yeah, we don't have knowledge of any other movies or projects. I'm very happy about that. You know, we don't know.
Learn from the mistakes of Marvel, indeed.
Yeah, I am very happy. We don't have the all the way to like 2030 mapped out for us. I'm so glad.
Never do it again, Marvel. Never do it again.
Speaking of Marvel,
the Fantastic Four, First Steps,
was fantastic.
indeed.
but
I loved it.
not
I find
amazing.
it very interesting how different you can see this movie if you've seen the Thunderbolts post-credit scene.
Yeah, because a
But
lot.
the entire time, it feels like, okay, so this is what's gonna happen. This is when it's gonna happen. This is when it's gonna happen. Oh, they just win. All right,
Yeah.
that's nice.
It was so unexpected because literally everyone was like, "What's the point of watching? We know what's gonna happen at the end." No, you don't. They literally completely,
No, you did not.
and it's not even like a reshoot or a rewrite. No, that was always the ending. They beat Galactus. That was always intended.
Yeah, the only rewrite is none. They just cut some things. Just cut some fluff of a certain a super ape variety.
I think well they also cut more than that, and that's honestly my only big critique about the movie. Because as it is, the movie's a solid 8 out of 10. It's a great movie, but I feel like it could have been like a 9 or even 10 out of 10 had they kept some of those cut scenes in. Like, so think of some of those iconic scenes from the trailer. You know, like Reed being like, "We have dinner every night at 7 on the dot," or like there's a shot of Ben and Sue, you know, like embracing and talking to each other. You know, I feel like scenes like that would have helped the movie, because I think the chemistry between the cast and the characters, it works. Like they do actually feel like a family. But those extra scenes would have definitely added to it. Especially, like, I feel like they could have focused a bit more on Ben's dilemma, like how he's still not entirely used to this new form, which the trailers kind of implied they were going to explore. Because, you know, there's that shot where, you know, he looks at himself back when he was normal, and it cuts and he sees this reflection. I would have liked to see that explored a bit. But these are really, like... Yeah, these are very small nitpicks. These aren't huge problems that I have with them. Just stuff I would have liked to see.
I don't think that the dinner scene would have done much. Because it feels like that would have been... It just kind of feels like extra character work that wasn't needed for, like, the story that we were being...
Yeah, I feel like...
Like, the 7 o'clock... Like, because, like, the only place that seat would make sense is, like, oh, they're showing people around the Baxter building?
Yeah, Baxter building.
Yeah, they're showing people around the Baxter building because they're celebrities. They're on like a show or something. It's just like, that doesn't really get at the heart of the family message that's trying to be told, especially the parental family message that's trying to be told. Yeah. I can see why that ended up on the cutting room floor. And there are rumors about why the Super Ape stuff ended up on the cutting room floor. I think it ended up on the cutting room floor just because you didn't need an action scene in this first act beyond like the quick cuts of like the general goings on of like why people consider these people heroes, which is like, I think is actually way better than just one scene of them being heroic at the beginning.
Yeah,
like getting to see like little bits of like all the heroism that they've done really shows why this world would have felt so betrayed by them, when it seems like such an easy decision could have been made and like they would have been fine.
I still feel like they didn't have to cut I forget the character's name. Is it Red Ghost or something like that?
Red Ghost, yes.
Yeah. I feel bad. I feel like there could have been a way. They could have had like at least an extra shot or two where they included him. Especially since like
someone pointed out that this actually happens quite often in movies where certain characters will be like kind of written out after they just realize like we'll go a different direction.
Yeah, I mean the actors still get paid for it.
I mean like outside of Marvel, because like you can give the example of Brave New World, right? But like they gave some examples like outside of Marvel where like this just happens. Like I think the F1 movie did it. Like apparently there was a character in the F1 movie that just got cut. There's like another movie that did this recently. So it's just like kind of a thing that happens sometimes. And pointing out, and like I don't remember if it was the same comment or a different one that pointed out, I think it's better that you just completely cut them. Like you completely keep him, you completely cut him, because now that you've completely cut him, you can give him a different character to play.
Oh, that's true. If you
just let him cameo, he's kind of locked to be that character.
That's true, because the reason why I say I feel a bit bad for him is because this is the second time he has got in a role in a superhero movie and been basically cut out. Because
Axed.
because in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4, before that got scrapped, he was gonna play the Vulture, and then in here he was gonna play Red Ghost. And so, like, I wouldn't be surprised if after this he's just like, hey, if they're gonna keep giving me the short end of the stick,
To be fair, I mean, 4 didn't even get off the ground, so I don't think that counts as strikes.
yeah, but you know what I mean. Like he was locked in for the role because they were actively working on the movie. So that's kind of what I
They
meant.
start filming?
No, they didn't start filming, but they had
Exactly. It's like I didn't film for it, so like it's fine.
yeah.
Like, I can get getting gypped about being filmed because like
It's like
it's way
because
less
you
money you get.
no
Like way less money you get.
I'm pretty sure they still get paid for their work. It's just like
They have to get paid for their work, but I mean, you know, I'm sure there's like
you don't get
a little
residuals or
slice you could
anything.
have got. But like I feel like there's like some little slice you get for being
Yeah.
inside the film after it launched, right?
Also-
Like, it has to be.
Also, Mole Man should have been Danny DeVito. It should. I have been ever since they announced the reboot. It should have been Danny DeVito.
Yeah, I like the actor they picked.
Yeah, I think he did a good job. But ever since like 2019, when they announced, oh yeah, we're bringing them into the MCU, I was like, it's
Danny DeVito, Mole Man.
the first villain they fight on screen needs to be Danny DeVito, Mole Man. But it didn't happen.
I do like that the prequel comic that they released was actually the story. Like, cause
Mhm.
like sometimes like things like this have a problem where like they'll make like a comic tie-in and it just has nothing to do with the actual story. But if you read it, it is literally the Mole Man like the Pan Am like falling and like Mole Man like turning to the good side. Like it is all
Mhm.
expanded upon in that comic. Like you get like the exact like retelling. It's really cool.
Mhm.
And you get more of that Ben Grimm being grim about his appearance thing.
Oh
So you know what? You want more Fantastic Four in your Fantastic Four movie? Go get a book.
no, but I'm an MCU fan. I don't read comics.
It's literally a comic set in the same universe. Go read it.
Yeah.
Read it.
No, read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did like that. I love the opening scene with the montage. It was great.
Yeah.
I really like how they made Human Torch look in this. There is something really satisfying about his look.
I just want to say, right off the bat, all the actors, because I know when they announced all the cast members, some people were very hesitant about Joseph Quinn as Johnny and especially Pedro Pascal as Reed. I think every actor did amazing. I think
Yes.
they all did fantastic. Like there was no doubt about Sue or The Thing, because both of their actors were great. Thing's actor, Boss, can't remember his last name, but he plays a character on The Bear, which is a really popular show right now.
So yeah.
And Joseph Quinn played a character from Stranger Things, so that kind of catapulted his career. And Pedro Pascal's in everything, so. But like Moist Critical pointed out, he can act, so like, there really is no problem with him being in a lot of stuff.
And every single one of them acted their ass off in this movie. They really embodied these characters. Speaking of embodying, this has to be the first time that the Fantastic Four have their comic book counterparts mirrored to the screen. Also, I really like I'm sending this picture because it's like this is like the style that they kind of went with like the Johnny Storm, like because there was a couple of different ways that they show off like the flame on in comics, and they did this like sort of like orange hued skin perfectly.
It looked really good.
Like I really liked it. I really liked the effect that they chose for it. They do eyes amazingly in this movie. Like Johnny while he's flamed on. Silver Surfer and Galactus' eyes immaculate throughout the whole thing. Like, someone go get them to fix up the Wolverine's hood, because I still think that it looks slightly off. And I think that if you can make Galactus work with the no pupil eyes, you can make Wolverine work with the no pupil eyes.
Also,
So go get the guys, go get them to fix it in Doomsday.
also, once again, this isn't really a critique. I know this bothered some people, but apparently the director, so originally Pedro Pascal, he wanted to do a Atlantean accent to sort of like fit the whole 1960s vibe, and the director Matt Shackman told him to like scale it back.
Bring it back, yeah. Yeah.
And I understand why, because like.
No one else is doing it.
No one else is, but that would have been cool to see.
It would have been cool if everyone else was doing it.
Yeah, which they weren't. But yeah, all the actors did an amazing job. I loved how they characterized Reed Richards and how he's like this, like, not only is he a scientific genius, which, you know, that comes with the character, but also he's a scientific genius in the sense that he's very paranoid, and he, like he says to Sue, he's always imagining the worst possible scenario so he can be prepared for it. And like the montage of like him like safeguarding the entire place, preparing for Franklin to be born, like that was cute, and also another great way of showing that part of his personality.
Yes, there's a writing advice out there which states that your character's greatest strength should also be
Their
the
greatest
reason why
weakness.
they have their greatest weakness. And Reed Richards in the comics shows that off perfectly. Like, Reed Richards is the type of person who uses his big brain to try to make everything perfect. In doing so, he can end up ruining the moment for people because all of his plans and schemes ends up slightly feeling hurtful.
Yeah.
And that is a Reed Richards that we have not gotten in any of these films.
Mm-hmm.
Not what is it, 05? Is that movie?
Yeah, 05. Yeah, 05.
Not 05, not 15, not 19, whatever something.
1994.
Two of those actors
Cameo.
as the workers that are thinking Johnny, which is
That's awesome, yeah.
We've never gotten a read that was characterized like that, and we finally have one now, and I'm so happy for it.
Yeah, because the problem with the last two adaptations, the 2005 one leaned too much into the arrogant ladies' man side, whereas the 2015 one leaned too much into like the tech genius and basically made him like a nerd. Whereas this movie, I think they kind of do their own unique take. I would have liked if he was a bit more arrogant, but I do understand that the context of the story, there isn't really any place for that, for him to show that off.
Yeah, especially with not really being there, which is where Reed shows off his arrogance the most. Especially, and also Reed kind of gets less arrogant over time, especially once he has kids.
Yeah.
He kind of starts leaving that personality behind. So if you really want arrogant Reed, go ask him to make the Maker the next big villain.
Okay.
Because that is a version of Reed that is at his most arrogant.
By the way, hopefully this a small tangent. How would you feel if they brought back? How would you feel if they brought back
a Fantastic Four guy that everyone wanted to play him, and we got a sneak at how good he would have been before he got solidified as the Maker? And that'd be cool.
No, I was talking about. Some people want the Reed Richards from Miles Teller, I think that's the actor's name, from Fantastic, to play the Maker. Because you played a shitty version of the character in a shitty movie. Here's your redemption arc.
I can kind of see Fantastic Reed becoming the Maker.
Yeah.
Reed the Ultimate. Reed does have that sort of like autistic character in the 90s.
like a savant. Like a savant. Because you could also do the 2005 one, but I think you should save him for the Council of Reed. I think him, John Krasinski, a different version because the one we saw got turned into Eddie. I think those two should be on the Council of Reeds, along with Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea.
Mhm.
I'd love to see him come back for that. But yeah, we're still, might as well get down the characterization list since we
Mhm.
kind of broke down why Reed is characterized perfectly.
Oh,
I'm
let's.
gonna save Sue for last, actually, because I think she deserves it.
Yeah, I want to.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna go to Johnny as the next one. I have a lot to say about Johnny's character too. So,
I have a lot to say about him as well.
so Johnny is a character that, from what I've seen, a lot of writers struggle to write well, because they either lean too much into the comic relief or the being a hopeless romantic, or one or the other. Sometimes both. But in this movie, he's still a hopeless romantic, but they really emphasize and show why he's part of the team to begin with. I mean, he deciphered and translated an entire language from a single sentence. The previous movies didn't do a good job showing why he deserves to be on the team. This one does.
Right? Like, the four of them are astronauts, alright?
Yeah.
You don't get to that position by just being siblings with the woman
who's also an astronaut.
As good as it, like, they were all the best for the job.
Yeah. And Johnny's whole subplot of him trying to figure out what Silver Surfer said to him, and then how he basically is the reason Silver Surfer redeems herself, or I guess finally acknowledges the destruction of her actions. I
actually don't think that she's the reason she acknowledges it. I think from that scream and the fact that she decides to run away instead of fight is that she buries it deep down that she does this and forced her to like not do that, so she just had to leave for a bit.
Yeah,
it's like if you have this like traumatic thing in your past and like someone's just like
trauma.
Right.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying. Having actually showing and reminding her, like, hey, just so you know, all these people died, and everyone on this earth, on this planet's gonna die, and you basically gave yourself up to be a herald for Galactus to save your people. You did all this. Don't forget. And that's kind of what made her be like, "Fuck, I really did do all that." Then she had to go off and think about it before coming in last second and saving the day at the end. But we'll get to that in a bit.
Because Johnny has finally perfectly been characterized with that smart side intelligence that he does have. Like, he's not just a pretty boy. He's not just a face. He has the brains to go alongside it. I'd say the entire it has like for a family is like on the top 30, of smartest characters, right? I don't really think that Ben well, not really Ben, because like technically speaking, the reason why Ben's there is that he's a really good pilot, which doesn't mean that you have to have the sort of smarts that you need. Like, you have smarts, but you don't have you don't need parallel universes and can decipher a language from a single sentence smarts to be the pilot and thus earn your spot on the team. Like, you still gotta have like smarts. Like, Ben is like Ben is like as smart as Neil Armstrong, and like the rest of the team is just a step beyond that.
Yeah. And
which is why it's clobbering time,
Also, I love that running joke. I know some people, they don't like that joke that happens in a lot of superhero movies where it's like, they poke fun at like
Bart.
Yeah, stuff like that. But I felt like here it worked because like Ben not wanting to say it and Johnny wanting him to say it, I just thought was a really funny like dynamic.
It's a really funny like sibling-like dynamic that they should share.
Like, I still think one of the funniest jokes, and it's very simple, is when they're on the balcony, and I'm trying to remember how the scene goes, but all their watches go off because it's time for dinner, and Johnny's like, What time is it? It's dinner time.
What time is it, Ben?
It's dinner
It's
time.
dinner time. Come on, Ben.
And then the final scene where he finally says it as they're falling through the sky. Say it. No. Say it, Ben. No, Johnny. Say it. It's clobbering time.
It's clobbering time. Yeah, but yeah, Johnny is really characterized well here. I really do think that it really did. Like, if anyone ever had like any complaints about them using Sabal instead of Norman, like that's just completely dead in the water because this story only works with Sabal.
Yeah. And on top of
That
that,
Sabal Johnny connection.
like the Birdman points out to people who say like, "Oh, I wanted the male Silver Surfer." Well, we know that this universe they're gonna leave to go to the main MCU. So you're basically asking that they introduce the Silver Surfer you want, and then just abandon him. That's basically what you're asking for. Like, it makes sense to use this version of the Silver Surfer instead of like the one most people know.
When you think about it for like longer than a moment, it kind of makes sense that they weren't actually going to have their universe destroyed or their Earth destroyed.
Mhm.
When you think about the fact that we need to build Battleworld, and
True.
Battleworld is supposed to be built from
multiple Earths.
leftover pieces,
Mhm.
right? So there's definitely going to be a piece of Battleworld that is like Metro New York over here. Or,
Yeah.
That's cool. When you think about it for more than a moment.
Now, I guess we move on to
moving on
Ben.
to Ben. Moving on to Ben, right? I'm really satisfied with what they did with him. Like he really Ben is kind of an all-rounder type of person when you really think about it. Like when you take the strengths of Reed and the strengths of Johnny and the strengths of Sue, Ben kind of is the character that kind of pieces it all together when you really think about it. He has like the funny, charming energy. He's kind of like the Rock. He's kind of like he kind of like plays off each of the four to help like make their characters so rounded, right? He has that like really like strong friendship arc with Reed, right? Which is shown off like so strongly with like the whole I had to make new suits, because the old ones weren't gonna work, and like he just immediately goes like, "Bro, like it's been 4 years, you gotta stop."
Yeah.
Like I have long forgiven you if I for what happened that day, right? Life's great, we're all living great, we're heroes. Stop doing this to yourself. I love you. I'm your best friend. Right? He kind of he is able to play off of Reed's smarts that way. It's like no matter how smart Reed is, he'll never be able to cure the thing. He'll never be able to figure out how this works, which is why I don't think any storyline or like Doctor Doom figured it out like really works. Because I think part of like the tragedy of Ben Grimm is that he will never go back to being just
normal.
Ben Grimm. And like to take that away from him in any way, shape, or form is just to misconstrue like the reason why Reed not being able to fix him hurts so badly, right? And then he has we haven't talked about her, but he has like a smaller version of Shu's heart. Like he is able to like balance out that like heart role that she does like really well. It's like how Sue represents the maternal version of that heart and that group like leadership. Ben is able to really represent that maternal role that Mr. Fantastic can't because of his brains, because of his smarts. His brain just doesn't allow him to get emotional in that way. Like that real like open your chest up and show your heart off emotional style just isn't. Like he can do emotions, but he can't do that. And Ben is able to step in to do that. Right?
Yeah, I think
they did all of that really well. And I love Yancey Street. They show off Yancey Street so great. Like that like core to himself origin of like where he is and where he grew up.
Yeah.
Is so great. So in the end, my only problem is, if I remember correctly, that's not his traditional love interest that they show off in the movie.
Are you talking about the teacher that he
Yeah,
visits?
Melissa, I don't know how to pronounce that name. And like that's kind of like one of those comic relationships that are like is like really stable. Like there are some people like Spider-Man who just can't
They have like a stable
to save their life.
relationship.
And then there's like and then there's like Reed and Sue, Black Panther and Storm, Gambit and Rogue. It's just kind of like these relationships are kind of integral to who the characters are. So I kind of don't like that you just kind of made up a new person when you could just take the same person and give her a different job if you really need that part. And two, loved him coming into the is it called a cathedral if it's Judaism? I don't know what they call their place of worship.
Yeah, let me search it real
Why
quick
did
so we don't
you
get canned.
word it like that? Like the conversation is worded in a way that feels like her going like, "Oh, are you here for spiritual guidance?" Like to me, that kind of sounds like, "Are you joining the faith?" Like it's not like that's like the spiritual guidance just kind of feels like the sort of like phrasing, especially in like a world that's like a day away from
ending.
death. That's the sort of like thing that you say to like a newcomer to the faith. That's just like, "Hey, you here to become one with God real quick before you die?" When it's like, no, he's probably there every Sunday. Or Saturday. Like he's supposed to be in it, and then like him saying, "Oh no, I'm here for you." It's just like,
well,
I didn't like how they did that.
Well, my assumption.
I didn't like how they did that.
Well, my assumption was that he hadn't gone in a while, and that's why she asked that.
Right? Like in either ward, I don't think that's like good. Like a big part of Ben Grimm is that he's Jewish, right? And he got so close to doing such a great scene with that. And then he kind of failed, which is so weird to me because you did it perfectly fine with Billy Kaplan of all characters.
From Agatha. Yeah. Yeah, the MCU doesn't have the best track record when it comes to Jewish representation. Like Moon Knight, for example. Like, most people don't know he's Jewish outside of one flashback where he watches his mom's like funeral from outside and he has the yarmulke on his head. Like,
that's fine. I think that's like fine enough. Like, because that's more than Ben gets. Like, if you like, I'm telling you, if people don't know about Ben being Jewish, I 100% think that you can walk out of that movie going, "Oh, that's interesting." And I cannot realize that it's supposed to be an integral part of his character that he is of the faith.
Oh, that's true, because yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
That scene, it can look like he's not actually Jewish.
Yeah, the only like indicator that he is possibly Jewish is that he is wearing a yarmulke in that he walks in. Also, I looked it up. A Jewish place of worship is called a synagogue. A synagogue.
Synagogue.
That's the word.
Walk to the synagogue. I don't know. I feel like they could have done that better. But that's not really like a character. Like that's such a minor writing problem.
Yeah.
In my eyes. Like, I feel like that scene was written in a way that like didn't go right. Like she should have not. I don't know. Like I said, like I feel like spiritual guidance was the wrong phrase. Maybe I'm just crazy. I just don't know how Jewish people, and that's actually just like a common like phrase for like because like Christianity. If I was to establish that a character was Christian and I saw them walking into
like a
church, I would have the person say like, "Are you here for Sunday worship?" Right? Something along those lines. So it's just like, "Oh, like yo, you're here for like the normal thing." If I had a character say, "Are you here for spiritual guidance?" I would be saying that in like if they're a newcomer, that this character doesn't do religion. That's my only problem.
Yeah. And my thoughts on Ben is, and this kind of goes, this branches out into my thoughts about all of the characters as a whole, is because of how well they're characterized, they each represent a core part of the team. Reed is obviously the brains and the leader of the team. He keeps everything logical. He helps with plans. He's like a technical guy. Then you have Johnny, who's like the emotional support. Like he's there to rally them and like push them to do the best they can. Ben is, I see him as the grounded one, the one who basically keeps everyone in check. Like he's basically the Fantastic Four's the equivalent of like the straight guy, pretty much. And then you have Sue, who is the heart of it. That's how I would categorize all of them. And I think in that sense, Ben is very well written and very well characterized. Because I know some people say that coming out of the movie, Ben was their least favorite of the four. And I can understand why. He doesn't have like any crazy moments. But like, he's not really...
Yeah, he does not get a big scene. Like, when you think about it, everybody else kind of got a big scene. Reed has kind of all of the work he does in the lab in general. It's kind of his big thing, and like he makes the breakthroughs on like how to stop Galactus. Like, like he does all of that, right? That's Reed's big thing.
Yeah.
Sue gets the ending and also the speech with Franklin. And Johnny gets the speech with Sabal. You know, like when you think about it, it's like, what did Ben get? And like when you look around, he didn't get one of those.
Yeah, but I'm honestly okay with that because Ben has never really stood out to me as like I mean the entire reason he doesn't say it's clobbering time is because that's just from a cartoon version of himself. His real self is just like a regular guy, like he's not about...
I think there's a part earlier in the movie where he says it, right? Like, doesn't he say it when he jumps off the Fantastic car to, like, drag the ship or something? I swear in, like, the montage he says it.
I don't remember, but...
Yeah, I think, like, the only thing you could say was a big scene for him is all of Yancey Street. Like, down to, like, him walking past, like, the guys and them going, hey, we have families, too. Like, all of those scenes are kind of, like, his big scene. Dealing with Yancey Street, and Yancey Street is so self-contained in this little bubble away from Galactus that it doesn't feel like he got one. Because Reed, big scene, dealing with Galactus smartly.
Sue with Franklin's speech and defeating him.
Dealing with the people fears of Galactus with heart, right? And then like Johnny's big scene is like showing off his smarts. Dealing with Galactus, like all of their big scenes are around Galactus, and like
Ben doesn't have one. Huh? Yeah,
because he's the clobbering time guy.
Yeah, he say, "Come on, say the thing."
To death, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately. Now I think we should move on to Sue, and then finally talk about Galactus. So, okay, your thoughts on Sue?
They fucking did it. They finally figured out how to write a woman.
It only took 20 years.
It is perfect. Everything about Sue is straight from the comics. Down to that scene where Reed doesn't say the quiet part out loud about how but Reed is saying like how like to the eyes of the people, like it's a logical idea. Just give up the baby.
Yeah.
And you can see exactly like where a lesser writer would have messed up this scene, and Sue would have just stayed mad at Reed that entire time, and they would have talked about it, and they would have had a weird reconciling late in Act 3 about that scene. But no, they are both emotionally mature enough to understand how to handle that situation.
Yeah, they actually
yourself from it, then discuss it, and that's really good to see. It's like actual good like relationship writing.
Yeah, like they actually talk. They actually talk and interact like real people, because Reed doesn't say he doesn't say the quiet part out loud. All he says is that to them it's the logical choice, and she takes it the wrong way as, I know you're not considering giving up our child, and he has to defend himself and be like, no, of course not, but you also have to think you know, and then he goes on the tangent about how he always thinks of the worst possible outcome to a situation, and that's what leads
They
to
can avoid it.
yeah, and that's
Yeah.
what leads to Sue storming off. Like it is a it's a reasonable reaction, and you can understand where both of them are coming from. It's not portrayed as
Also, I'd like to correct you. Sue doesn't storm off after he explains it. He says, "Oh yeah, from their perspective, yeah, we should give up that baby." And Sue goes, "Oh, what?" And Reed goes, "Well, hold on now. Obviously, I'm not saying to give up the baby."
yeah,
And then Sue goes, "It doesn't matter if you're obviously not saying it.
you're considering it.
And leaves, and then Reed comes in and is like, Sue, come on. I obviously am not going to give up my child. And Sue's like, yeah, it sounds so much like that when it's the logical choice and the exact outcome and the perfect plan. All right, Reed, all right, I know that you don't actually want to give up our baby, but sometimes the way you talk, the way you act, it hurts emotionally.
Yeah, that's how the scene went. That was perfect.
Was perfect. You perfectly clarified their relationship. Perfectly clarified their relationship and how Reed sometimes steps on boundaries. Because that is such a Reed Richards thing to do. Like, there's a YouTuber I watch that does skits with, like, you know, Marvel characters and such. And they made one where Reed accidentally traps Sue in a time loop Groundhog Day on Valentine's so that he can perfectly plan out the perfect Valentine's Day because it always goes wrong because he always overthinks it.
Yeah.
But he accidentally makes it in a way where she's also remembering the loops.
Oh no.
And so she's just been going through this entire day like, how do I fix this? When it turns out it was her husband the whole time, and that's like perfect Reed. Accidentally making things worse, trying to make them better. And the movie showed that, and it showed Sue's understanding of her husband and how she has to corral his dumbass sometimes.
Yeah. Also,
it's great.
Since we're on the topic of those two and Franklin, I really like the scene where, because, you know, before he's born and after he's born, Reed keeps testing on Franklin. You know, like after they come back from meeting Galactus, he's like running all these tests trying to find out what's so special about Franklin. And there's the part where he finally gives up and he's just like, what does he say? He says something along the lines of,
every time I look at you,
I think of me.
The longer I look, just like, the longer I look at you, the more I don't understand you. That scares me. So I'm done looking. You can just tell me who you are.
Yeah.
Especially if you are some space god galactic thing. It's really nice to know right now.
I thought that was
just pissing yourself.
I also thought that was a really great scene. I really liked that.
Yeah, it was really good re-characterization.
Now,
but yeah, so like Sue, like nothing epitomizes what Sue Storm represents to the Fantastic Four more than her going out to that crowd of people who is angry, scared, afraid for their lives, and giving the most heartfelt emotional speech, so much so that they finally like lock back in. I am not gonna sacrifice my baby for the world.
I will not sacrifice this world for my baby.
For my baby. Straight bars. Peak cinema.
Absolute cinema. Might be one of the best lines Marvel has done it like in a while.
Like that is on par with like every Thanos will drop. All right.
Yes. Who wrote that? I need to figure out which writer specifically wrote that. I can dap him up.
They were cooking that day, right? Sue Storm has gotten better characterization than anything else, including getting the big dumb, alright? Because that entire everything would have failed without her.
Yeah, her maternal instincts kicked in, and that allowed her to... Well, she doesn't defeat Galactus, but she gives that push.
She defeats Galactus. It's a defeat.
Yeah.
He lost. You don't have to die to lose. There's a difference.
No, I mean like she pushes. She's not the one who delivers the final blow. What? Because remember, she pushes him in.
No. Don't steal Sue's
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
No, because I don't care that Silver Surfer came in at the last second and killed Steel like a boss. Because the bro was like halfway out the portal when it closed. Like, but he like just get cut in half. Like, what would have happened there, right? No, Steel Storm did 99.9% of that work. Literally nothing anyone was throwing at that man was working until she locked in and showed off why she is one of the strongest Fantastic Four members. Never forget that Wolverine is scared to fight that woman because the first time he tried, she blocked his lungs with her force field so he couldn't breathe, and then blocked his optical nerve so he couldn't see. He then immediately called for his evac and left. As the evac asked, so you got the job done? And Wolverine said, no, that I don't know what's going on with Invisible Woman, but I'm never fighting her again. No,
honestly valid.
No. Sue Storm is awesome.
There is a critique that I've seen some people make, and I kind of understand, is they wish that the other members would have been more involved in defeating Galactus. Because Reed saves Franklin, but what do Johnny and Ben really do?
What do you mean, what do Johnny and Ben do? Johnny gets the first big hit on Galactus with his flames, assisted by Sue, but it was mostly Johnny's flames to do the switcheroo with the baby. All right, and Ben literally does. Yeah, you know what? I will knock down Sue to 93% and give a couple percentage points to Thing. He knocks over the building that pushes him in.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot about that.
But also he saves because like, yeah, sure, Human Torch was there. It was mostly the giant rock thing that saves Mr. Fantastic from getting stretched out like his counterpart.
Oh, by the way, I also saw some people who were upset about that. That, you know, he was being stretched like that, and then they post like a comic panel where he's able to like wrap his entire body around Galactus with ether. They were like, they were basically arguing like, why is his like stretching so limited?
It's not that his stretching is limited; it's that it doesn't matter how much stretching you can do.
He's eventually gonna
do like this and pull it.
Yeah.
All right.
Like,
if you grip something that can stretch a really far
way, like above a band,
you will rip it in half before it fully stretches.
That's
He's
true.
basically grabbing him at the right angle to pull him apart.
Yeah. And with that being said, now we can finally talk about Galactus. Holy shit. Galactus, it was
perfect. Down to the last minute detail, the design, the voice, the fact that they did the proper origin, which is crazy to me because that in terms of comics is very recent. Him being from the 6th universe, even though they don't directly say that, and then gestating into the 7th universe is pretty recent for comic standards. And even more recent for comic standards is Franklin becoming the next version of Galactus. Like, he directly drops that he will become me.
Yeah. Like this is...
That's crazy that they did that.
And what in the...
Finally some good cosmic lore in the MCU.
And the best in the cherry on top is his actor. His Galactus was mostly practical. His actor was in a suit with miniature sets.
Like the light, like where you see the light shaking on that street. That is a practical set.
You know, one of my favorite shots in the whole movie is when you see only his feet and he's walking down that street and like everything shakes. So like, yeah, you could tell it's a miniature set, but like it looks so good.
My favorite shot is the first time we see, not the first time, but the time where he's getting ready to get off the ship and his eyes start glowing and like that looks like it's out of like Marvel vs. Capcom, like an opening cutscene.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
It's literally perfect. this is literally the perfect Galactus.
I also
Also, wish it was name dropped. By the way, that's my one thing that they don't needle drop. Like Fantastic Car is written on it, but they never say it. That's disappointing.
yeah.
And I don't think they say Baxter. Do they say Baxter Building? Because if they say Baxter Building, they could have name dropped the car.
I think they did. Or maybe I'm thinking
Yeah,
of something from the trailers. I don't remember. I'm
right.
pretty sure they did in the
Baxter
movie.
Building doesn't get named dropped, so that should have been. And Fantastic Car, cute that you put it on the car, but name drop it.
Mhm.
And the final name drop that they failed to do is that it's called the World Ship.
Oh,
And I wish that they had name dropped Galactus's actual spacecraft.
mhm.
I believe Galactus himself calls it. I'm gonna pronounce it wrong. It's basically the name of his home planet, and then the word two. His ship is basically his second home.
Yeah. Also, I love
Which is really cool.
I love so they set up this whole elaborate plan after the original plan fails.
Todd 2. Yeah, it's called Todd 2. I wish they named it.
Because the original plan was to literally teleport Earth away so that Galactus couldn't reach them. And that ended up failing because Silver Surfer, she showed up and destroyed all the machines around the globe. So then Reed's backup plan was, well, we can't move the Earth away. Why don't we move Galactus away? And so, they set the elaborate trap with supposed to be Franklin, and the Galactus is literally one step away from going towards the portal. He looks around, senses Franklin is at the Baxter building, and then he turns around and he goes, "Clever little bugs."
Clever little bugs.
Oh my god, it's so...
Smirk. The second he started smirking, I was like, oh, we're done. I really like that they showed off the intelligence of Galactus. It's like, of course he'd be like, wait a second. Because the second he got his eyesight back, it was like, so he's gonna see the babies
not in there,
anymore,
yeah.
guys. Like, do you got a plan for that, or nope? Okay.
Also, some people are making memes it'll be like a cartoon picture of a mousetrap, and it'll be like the smartest man on Earth's solution to stopping Galactus. Basically, lure him in with bait.
It was literally a mousetrap, and then everyone was just like, oh, the cheese has moved.
Yeah, to be fair, it was like his plan C. So, like...
Literally, though, actually, the cheese, though, because he was going to eat that baby.
Yeah. Also, shout out to my man Herbie. He tried his best.
Oh, and how Galactus talks is just so perfect. Like, when he grabs a Franklin, it's like, you are the salvation. Like, you are the salvation. To my... however he words it, it's just, like, so perfect. Like, of course this is...
I also like, and I kind of mentioned this before, but I just love how he interacts with the environment, how he's just casually crushing buildings as he walks by. And there's that one scene where Johnny sees him pick up a tree and then smell it, and he's just like, what? He just looks kind of confused. Like, everything of Galactus...
It's like you landed on a hamburger, and you just, like, grab a piece of the bun, just like,
yeah,
this burger's gonna taste delicious later.
Like, everything of Galactus was just so good. So good.
Yeah, I also love them showing off that how he eats planets is that he takes the bits of it, destroys it, turns it into like an energy mold, and has the ship like feed him that energy.
Yeah, I like that.
Good job. He does not. He does not
hold.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then they defeat the Galactus.
Great job with the Silver Surfer origin. Perfect.
Yeah, that was good.
The last minute detail.
So
also, Silver Surfer surfing throughout this
entire movie. Absolute cinema. Yeah. So they save the day by defeating Galactus. They're about to go on a talk show. Then they get an alert on their watch. And then they leave. And there's that really funny scene where
that we are ignoring the birth of Franklin Richards.
I mean, like, what is there to say? She gave birth in space.
But the entire scene is so hype, like where like they're having to run
The one
from
from
Silver
Silver
Surfer the
Surfer
entire time, and then like Reed comes up with like the great plan of like how to trick her into falling into the
into
black
Black
hole.
Hole. Yeah.
And like, come on, we gotta acknowledge that funny joke where he's like, "Hey, can you turn us invisible for 30 seconds after the next infraction?"
Yeah. Yeah. That was
Like
that.
Reed is like the world's smartest man because he recognized the pain of child.
Yeah. Also, okay, that you just reminded me. Another like problem I have with the movie is I think the in between them leaving Earth for the first time and before meeting Galactus, I thought that like however long it was, like 10 minutes of them just traveling through space, I thought that was pretty boring. Like, like
Yeah, I liked it. It was a good characterization of Johnny Ben and Reed get like really fun characterization. They just go like, okay, so here's the plan. Okay, got information on this.
mhm.
Yes, and if it's just a guy, you can punch it. That was
Yeah.
great. That was such a funny scene.
Yeah, I did like that. How do you bring that up? But still, I feel like I would have still trimmed that scene to make room for some of the others that were cut. That's all I'm saying. But
I wouldn't. Because you used to be look up the faster than light travel. Especially because and I think that it's especially good because you kind of are, because like with the happening once before and how casual they are inside of it, you kind of get this sense of like, oh, once we're in hyperspace, we're fine, and they just, oh god, guys, she's here.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
so cool.
yeah, I agree. But yeah, that's basically where the movie ends. You have the final joke of them trying to get the baby seat in the car, which, as someone who has
That was so funny.
as someone who has a
I
little,
can tell that, like, yeah, sorry. As a person who hasn't had to deal with a car seat, that entire scene, I was like, some people are feeling very, 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 very validated right now.
yes, as someone who has a little sister, I feel validated. Yeah, movie ends, and that's it. Nothing else happened. There was no post-credit scene.
Oh, well, you can't forget the post-credit scene where we get to see like the little animated cartoon.
Oh, yeah!
Based off of the Hanna-Barbera thing.
Oh yeah, that was
They
great.
like Claw in it for some reason, and like the theme song was so great. And, hey, Rectos was there, so like, you know.
True. Oh yeah, and I guess Doctor Doom was there, but yeah, that's basically it. So Ironheart.
Actually, talking about that scene though, do you think it's him?
They confirmed.
Confirmed that it was him?
Yeah, the director confirmed that it wasn't a stand-in. It was actually Robert Downey.
So that brings up a following question: do you think it's from a different timeline? Because at the meeting,
It said
the only thing that doesn't have an answer, and New Rockstars is like, oh well, they probably have a Doom from this universe, but like he's just not on the radar. And then like when they get rid of Robert Downey Jr., because they're really only gonna do this once, like, he's not gonna stay Doom. Obviously, they're gonna swap in another actor, and I'm like, that's so complicated. But because like from my perspective, I think it's gonna be 828 Doctor Doom. In this universe, he's just gonna not have done like anything like overtly evil. Because like a lot of the time, Doctor Doom just kind of chills, lives in his country, does his best to do whatever, right? I think this is a Doctor Doom that like is doing that, but like in secret in like his little basement of his castle, he's been looking up ways to like the multiverse, and he's been like doing all of these things that Reed's been doing with it, and he's been doing it for his own nefarious purposes, and then he finds out about Franklin, and like he's like coming in, right? And, like with the universal reboot that happens after Battleworld is when you switch out the actor. You don't need to like have it ready to switch out. Like, make it make sense. I think that is that universe's Doctor.
My theory, and this could be a bit off there. I think it's kind of like what you think. I believe he wasn't at the meeting because he was off studying and learning about the multiverse. I believe at some point, and they'll explain this in Doomsday, he discovered multiverse travel. And when he did that, he discovered that the multiverse was dying because of incursions, and that for whatever reason, he needs to go to Earth 616 in order to basically get their help. But in order to get their trust, he wants to look like one of their former mentors, the guy who saved their reality. So he goes to Franklin, and the reason we don't see his face in that scene is because it's scarred, and he has Franklin change it to look like Tony Stark.
Oh, that would actually cook.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
would cook. That would cook. That would
Mhm.
cook.
That would be
That
so.
would especially cook because while you were saying that, I had an idea of like, what if Doctor Doom in this universe isn't actually a bad guy, and he just wasn't at the meeting because they didn't want to reveal like that he existed. You know, they teased it, like he wasn't supposed to be a major player. Because if you show him at the meeting, then it's like, why didn't Reed contact him while this whole thing was going on? Right? So you just hint at him.
Yeah.
And the Fantastic Four end up fighting the Avengers or the X-Men because they're actually siding with Doom.
That's what I think's gonna happen.
Or swap it, and because he does the face swap with Franklin, the Avengers are going to side with him, and then the Fantastic Four and the X-Men are going to fight the Avengers against Doom. Like, I feel like there's a couple ways you can do that, but I think we're setting up like a really clean way where Doom looks like he's on one of the sides, and that's why they fight.
Yeah, because that's been a theory for a while now that that all of the different groups, so like the New Avengers, the Avengers, Fantastic Four, X-Men, they're gonna be divided because some characters are gonna support Doom's plans on how to save the multiverse, and then everyone else is gonna be like, no, there has to be another way, than just letting these universes die and compiling them all together. Like, there's gotta be some other solution. So I think that would make a very interesting dilemma to put the characters in.
I do too.
Avengers Doomsday. Please cook. Please cook.
Basically made up both of these end credit scenes were directed by
The Russo brothers.
Like, that's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah. And it's nice to see, because, a big complaint lately, well, the past few years post Endgame, is that more or less felt very disconnected. It's been very nice seeing the last few projects tie basically directly into each other. Like, you have the leader.
This is what post-credit scenes are supposed to be for.
Yeah, like let's break it down. So you have the post-credit scene of Brave New World. The leader warns Cap about incursions in the multiverse. And from there, we assume Cap's gonna go off and form the Avengers, because he now knows about the threat of incursions. Then you have the Thunderbolts.
The Thunderbolts comes in, and they see what looks to be like an incursion-like an event going on in the sky. That's the Fantastic Four, which leads into
Fantastic Four, which introduces Doctor Doom, and then even the other stuff like
lead into Spider-Man, where that post-credit scene is him meeting Johnny's store.
No. I was gonna say
you could do it. I'm just saying, you could do it. It'd be funny.
You could, but what I was going for is that, so Brave New World leads into Thunderbolts, Thunderbolt leads into Fantastic Four, which leads into Doomsday. Then you have the street level stuff. Daredevil leads into the Punisher special, which leads into Spider-Man, and then that will lead into Doomsday as well.
Project that they can't use them at all.
No, but for some reason, well,
here's the thing: they made a small wink and a nod to Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I think that Punisher's gonna make a small wink and a nod to Kingpin.
Yeah, definitely.
He's gonna say something like, "With the bastard mayor running around right now," or something. Like, I think they're gonna wink and nod at it.
Oh, and I guess it's a great place to transition, talking about the. Are they really leaks? I mean, they're filming it out in public.
That still makes it a leak. Why do you think they released to the suit?
The suit, yeah.
Before they went out in public because they knew that it was gone. That the internet was taking it the second they did it.
Yeah. So, firstly, I want to say for the viewers at home, if you saw the last podcast, those rumors about Hulk being in the movie, they were correct. And
Just fully confirm that.
yeah,
And also the Punisher, baby.
yeah. Also, there was a misconception going around. So, right now they're filming a chase scene with a tank, and on the tank there's like a little like logo on it, and some people thought it was Mr. Negative's gang logo, but it's actually the Punisher's new logo that he gets. So
It does, like, looking at it, it does look like that stylized one he has with the hand.
yeah, so apparently
So maybe he
Punisher,
runs the hand in this universe now.
huh?
So maybe he runs the hand in this universe now.
Who, Mr. Negative?
No, Punisher. The reason why in the comics he has that new logo is he's the hand.
I don't know. I thought
I
he,
mean, is it just a tank or was it like a convoy?
it was
Oh,
a
that would be
tank.
a question.
It was a tank.
Yeah, that's probably just the Punisher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now the scene they're filming is a Spider-Man trying to stop the tank, which is the Punisher's tank, and that's currently what's going on. And there hasn't been Punisher. John Bernthal hasn't been on set as the Punisher because he's still filming the Punisher special right now, which we might actually know what the plot of that's gonna be. But I'll get into that in a sec. So, we've seen from behind-the-scenes footage of Brand New Day that they're going to be doing practical web swings.
Ooh, interesting. Was Daredevil stuff practical?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they do have practice with like getting that down.
Yeah. In fact, let me see if I can send you some videos. But yeah, because in pretty much the entire home trilogy, almost none of the swinging was practical. It was fully CG. So I'm pretty sure no Spider-Man movie since the Raimi movies has done practical web swinging. And it's awesome too because like there's crowds of people who watching it being filmed and they're cheering whenever Spider-Man swings by. So it's like he's actually there. But yeah, this guy's the go-to. This is the guy who also leaked the behind-the-scenes set of Doomsday. I don't know how this guy hasn't been executed yet, but
I think he's getting soft with these guys.
Yeah.
They must have his, man, they must have like some ammo on each other or something. I don't know.
I saw one tweet, I think I sent it to the Discord chat, where apparently Chris Hemsworth, Thor's stunt double, posted something on Instagram showing that they were inside of like the TVA set, and someone screenshotted it and reposted it with the caption, Prime Feige would have hunted down this man's entire family. Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, they really had to, wow, that is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they really had to show this off. They were just, like,
Yeah, it's just out there. It's just out there. Trying to find if there's any footage of the.
I didn't know films recorded out in the open this openly.
Yeah, they had to. If I remember correctly, they had to block off because this isn't being filmed in New York. It's being filmed in India, but which is very common because less expensive. But apparently, they cut off like 23 roads to film this chase scene. So okay, yeah, there's one of him. Yeah. Okay, you might have to skip through this video a bit. But yeah, this shows like footage of him like he's even interacting with like fans and stuff. Like there's one clip where he's in costume and he's walking past fans and he's like, shaking their hands and everything. He's like, "I'm sorry, I gotta get back to work." Like that's such a Spider-Man.
that's such a Spider-Man thing. Also, my goodness, his hair.
What are your thoughts on his hair?
the hair from the first few photos and in the teaser, dog, is he okay?
He's not okay. He's gonna be traumatized, broke, down on his luck. Everything we've been wanting.
Like that hair looks so disheveled.
Yeah.
And then looking at bro waving right now, it's like, oh, his hair's fine. So like, what's happening?
Also, I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that the movie is gonna take place 2 years after the events of No Way Home.
So he's gonna be 2 years into his college arc.
Uh,
Let's hope that Flash Thompson is currently about to lose his legs.
crazy thing to say, but I get it. Also, there was one set
I want
photo.
Agent Venom as fast as possible, alright? I like Agent Venom.
There's one set photo that might be a contender for one of the hardest photos ever. I know. I'm sending.
Speaking of technically slightly behind the scenes things,
Okay.
remember that the last, the screenplay for No Way
Yeah.
Home, it states that the suit is unfamiliar for him, but how does it word it? It's like this new suit is like new for him, but like has like ties to like familiar places.
Yeah.
And, like,
because the suit is
so obvious that his suit is supposed to be reminiscent of Toby
and Andrew. Yeah.
And they made the suit reminiscent of Toby and Andrew. Like, whoever designed this suit cooked.
Literally.
And it makes that like one that we saw at the end of the movie like kind of really bad. Like, you realize that the screenplay, it's like supposed to look like something somewhat reminiscent of the Toby and Andrew suits. It's like, no, they don't. But that suit does.
Yes.
Speaking of which, Insomniac, I know your bitch ass is barely working on Wolverine right now because you still haven't dropped another fucking trailer, even though it's been what, a year, 2 years? How long has it been?
No, it's been almost 4 years. Because I'm pretty sure...
It's been almost 4 years since we got that teaser. Are you so for real?
Yeah, it dropped. I'm pretty sure... Here, I'll double check. Wolverine game trailer.
There's no way. There's no way.
It dropped September 2021.
Oh, my brother. It was like 4 years since you dropped that fucking teaser. I'm looking at the Blade people, too. Just gets one worker to model that shit and drop it.
Okay.
You did it for the first game. I want to swing around as this. I don't care how many NDAs you break, because technically you're the same company.
I wanna... Okay, who do you think works the least? Mojang or Insomniac?
Oh, Mojang by far. But if Mojang keeps it up with how they're going right now, it's gonna end up being Insomniac.
They really canceled a whole game because it got leaked. They said, nah, we didn't even feel like doing it for real. Crazy. Also, this was the aura forming I was talking about.
How did he kill someone? What is this?
I don't know, but it goes so hard.
Like, it looks like he just got done beating on Punisher and then going... I thought you were strong.
No, he's gonna recreate Troyo Boyo's college trilogy pitch where he nearly beat Scorpion to death.
It looks like he's about to get the black suit, like, right now. Like, it's just gonna manifest on his body.
Also,
apparently there are rumors that there's gonna be 2 suits. Of course, one of them's not gonna be the black suit. It's like, what's the other one gonna be?
Well, I don't think it was specifically he's gonna have 2 suits. It's that his suit's gonna get damaged, and he'll have to constantly repair it throughout the movie.
It is noted that the spider logo is slightly different from the first teaser to the second one, so maybe that's part of it.
True. So I'm trying to find more behind the scenes.
If Mr. Negative's in this movie... And even if he's not, because it's rumored that Scorpion and Tombstone are gonna be in this movie. You know who'd be like really cool? You know who's like a really cool, funny character that sometimes when this character is currently in this persona works as a gang enforcer. It would be really fun.
Kingpin. I don't.
Joe Fix-It.
They're not gonna do it.
I mean, they put the Punisher in this.
That's true.
What's stopping them? What's stopping them from building 2 big-ass Tommy guns and sending the Fixer to do the job?
Honestly, if they do that, peak. Also, so the first 2 images are more set photos from Brand New Day. And then this third one is from the Punisher special, a look at his new outfit.
Remember when these didn't get leaked?
I mean, set photos have always been leaked to some degree. Just easier now because social media.
Makes sense that he would want to use a new logo right after the Punisher cop. But also it'd be way cooler if it was the Inner Demons.
It could still be.
Especially since Beast is so prominent.
And also
in the last movie.
Yeah, and also if they want an excuse to bring back Savage Hulk, that could be a way to do it. Gets corrupted by Mr. Negative.
Or, he gets corrupted. And instead of, a Savage Hulk coming out,
he becomes Joe Fix-It.
Just so happens that bro gets a nice tailored suit, becomes a little gray, and changes his name,
Why would he do all that? Yeah, so not only did my skin color change, but I'm also going by a whole new alias now. And also I'm a gangster.
You know that Joe Fix-It isn't like Bruce Banner, like pretending to be like a mob enforcer. He's like a whole separate personality because Bruce Banner actually has like DID, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm sorry, I don't see them doing it.
Are you asking why Mr. Negative, the guy who somehow turned limited particles in Eddie Brock's cancer-ridden body, because Venom gave him cancer? Never forget this. The canonical reason in the comics why this happens is that Venom gave Eddie Brock cancer so that he would stay as Venom permanently, because otherwise he'd die of cancer. And then Eddie Brock was like, "You gave me cancer, Venom? Fuck off." Left and then went, "Hey, Mr. Negative, can you help me?" Turned the remnant particles of Venom into anti-Venom. Why would that not turn Bruce Banner gray and into a mob enforcer? Like, what do we do?
Okay.
How is one of those more ridiculous?
I'm just trying to imagine how the plot would go.
It's so easy. Hulk, Punisher, Spider-Man fight. Spider-Man and Punisher get one up over the Hulk, especially since apparently Punisher is supposed to have some gadgets ready to fight Hulk and Spider-Man. Before they can do anything about it, the Inner Demons capture Bruce Banner. You'll never be able to do anything to me. Oh, I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just going to release the beast within. Next time they break into Spider-Man breaks into an inner Demons gang hideout. What you doing, boss? Get out of here. Hulk? Name's not Hulk. I ain't no Hulk. The name's Joe Fix-It. Blah, 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 blah.
Not gonna lie, I would love that. But it's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
If it's okay, let's say it doesn't happen and we just get regular Savage Hulk. Will that knock the movie down for you?
I will. I'm glad you brought him back, but you did it 3 movies too late.
You were on this last podcast.
If you're going to make it Savage Hulk, you had a chance. The perfect script. You made the two major villains Hulk villains, but no, Bruce Banner can't tag along like the Falcon tagged along in the Winter Soldier. Are you kidding me?
What if they explain the reason why in this movie? Like, what if Mr. Negative always...
Does not make it better. You Joe Fix-It. Alright, I don't want Savage Hulk anymore. I want Joe Fix-It.
You know you're like in the 0.001% of people.
Because it looks like you're doing the storyline that we got in the first Spider-Man Insomniac game, which, guys, this is getting a little weird. You guys don't think it's a little weird just ripping yourselves off like this? This is kind of crazy. Where a bunch of gangs go to war with each other. You know a Hulk that likes gang wars? Joe Fix-It. You know a Hulk who doesn't like gang wars? Savage Hulk. So if you're gonna do something where you draw out a dormant personality of the Hulk by messing around with Bruce Banner, Joe Fix-It is right there. And it's probably under less legal scruples than the Hulk, Universal.
True. That's actually probably true, sadly. But hear me out. If we get Savage Hulk, we get two things. We're not guaranteed, but it's likely we get two things. We get that scene from the comics where where Hulk's like, Bruce may forget, but Hulk didn't forget. And
technically, we get that with Joe Fix.
Okay, yeah, that's
He's
fair.
also a separate personality.
Okay, but what about this? What if, and just hear me out, what if this movie also sets up Armor Wars? What if the Punisher gets a...
You mean that thing that got canceled?
It's not canceled, it's not confirmed, alright? Not confirmed.
That thing that got canceled?
It's not confirmed.
That thing that got canceled?
Okay, let's say hypothetically it didn't get canceled. Punisher, in this movie, if he has to go up against a Savage Hulk, perfect reason to give him a War Machine armor.
Okay, I hear your point. Counterpoint.
Go Fix It.
This Spider-Man is in the perfect arc to ride around in a pink limousine with bitches. Like, he has
Oh my god. Okay, I will bet my... Okay, what's something... My PS5. I'm willing to bet my PS5, and I'm not joking, I don't even really play it that much, to be honest. I will give you my PS5 for free if Joe Fix-It is in the movie. I'm actually not joking at all. Like, at all.
So there's a timeline where I get both the greatest Spider-Man movie ever because Joe Fix-It is in there and a free PlayStation 5? Yeah, I'm taking that.
Okay, we shake on it. Virtual shake on it then. Yeah, I'm 100% actually committed to that. Even if it means I won't be able to play GTA... Wait. Spider-Man comes after GTA 6. Oh, okay, I'm good. Good. I'll
play that game. They want you to send you an age verification ID. Rockstar can go fuck themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You heard about that, right?
Yeah, but let's not go on a long tangent about this. But have you heard about the Goondemic happening in England right now?
Yes, I have heard about it. And it's coming to a place near you soon. We gotta get these governments back off on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Right, like...
And actually, yeah, that's our politics of this episode. Remember, your government doesn't actually, okay. Remember, everyone, your government doesn't actually care about children. They care about workers at the very minimum, and that's about it. Your government will never actually want to feed children, because that's a lot of money out their pocket. And so... The only reason that they will ever bring up children is to mentally abuse you, because as a psychological tactic, because when you bring up children, people are like, well, I don't want children dead, as the human race will be dead alongside them.
Mm-hmm.
So if your government is ever bringing up children, and you didn't bring up the children, they brought up the children, don't trust them. They are after your money or your soul.
Or both.
Uh, because governments don't care. They don't care about children. They don't care about you. That's just hook, line, and sinker. They care about themselves.
For example,
So if they say anything about the children, double check it because it probably doesn't actually help them.
for
It
example,
probably just helps the government.
a lot of Republican and conservative states have passed laws banning trans people from participating in sports, even on an elementary school level. And I can't remember what state it was. I think it may have been Oklahoma or Nebraska. They passed a law, and out of all of I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I can't remember which state, but it also applied to the college level. Out of the 500, 600 professional athletes that were playing at a college level, do you know how many were openly transgender? It's actually more than 0. 2. 2 out of 16, not 16, 2 out of 600 athletes playing on a college level were openly transgender. But no, it's ruining.
Which direction? Out of curiosity, because this is really funny.
I don't know. The video I watched didn't specify.
It would be really funny if they were all trans men.
Yeah, that's another
Both
thing.
of them were trans men, because then they don't even get that argument where it's like, oh yeah, it's a man and women's sports, testosterone, even though that's the entire point of taking estrogen is that you lower your testosterone level and therefore no longer have the muscle mass that a man has because they're women.
Literally, a lot of people think that, and South Park even mock this, a lot of people think you could be super muscular and everything, and you can just walk in and say, oh yeah, I identify as a woman, and they'll let you play. No, you have to be, multiple sports leagues have extensive rules and requirements about how long you have to be on estrogen, what level your testosterone has to be at, what your body mass has to be at in order for you to participate. Also, talking about trans men in sports, there's a situation recently, I think it was in Florida. Once again, the states don't matter. All you know is that it's a conservative state in the South. But I believe it was in Florida, they require you play on the sports team that aligns with your biological sex, even if you've gone through hormone treatment. And so there was this trans guy who was a wrestler with female players, and parents of the players were complaining because this player has an unfair advantage because they're on testosterone, they're so much stronger. Well, according to the law, they're a woman, so they gotta compete.
Exactly.
It's like you're
This is the problem that you have created for yourself.
Yeah. Or it's oh, you're required by law to use the bathroom that aligns with your biological sex. So if you're ever in the men's bathroom,
in reality, most other countries don't even have gendered bathrooms because why would you even?
Exactly. I'm just saying, Rahshawn, if you go into the men's bathroom and then the most gorgeous, beautiful female supermodel walks in, just know that according to the law, that's a man.
I would like to note that about the bathroom, but I'm also going to note something bigger. This was brought up by a guy that Philip had on his podcast, and I really respect this. But I'm going to note this first. On the bathroom, I need you to know that if someone is going to commit heinous crimes, because YouTube will not let me say the word.
They're gonna do it anyway.
They're not doing it under the guise of dressing up like the other gender and then walking into the bathroom. They're walking into the bathroom, which is not locked, and doing it.
Yes.
Because that's how criminals work. They don't follow the law.
You're telling me someone who wants to, what is a YouTube friendly term? Can we say essay? I think we can say essay.
We can technically say that.
If someone wants to go into the bathroom and essay someone, why would they go through the effort of dressing up to do it? They're just
when they could just
go in, get it
into
over
the
with,
bathroom
and then leave.
and leave. Because there's no cameras in the bathroom.
Mhm.
And to shock of all shocks, no place with gender bathrooms has some guard on the door before or after this has become a problem
Mhm.
to double check that you went into the right one.
Yeah, could you imagine having guards at the gender bathrooms just like, hold up, I need to check your genitals. Like,
Fascism. It's fascism is what that is.
it's the future, it's Trump's
Overreach
America.
of government.
Yeah.
Because
Like-
that's what fascism is. It's the overreach of government.
Yeah, whatever
To
happened.
control everything that you do.
Yeah, it's like it's the 10th Amendment, right? The amendment that, because there's no amendment that guarantees right to privacy, but it's implied in the 10th Amendment, right? Or is it the 9th Amendment?
No, it has to be the 9th because the 10th is
It's like the
basically the one
states.
that's like, and anything that we missed goes to the states, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, let me double check. Let's see. Yeah, the 9th Amendment is the one where it's basically like, hey, just because it's not listed here doesn't mean you don't have a right to it, which would include privacy. Yeah.
The 10th one is anything that's not given to the federal
Is to the states,
or prohibited to the states or to the states.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that's basically just like, if we didn't say anything about it, go ahead.
Yeah, so doing all this stuff, basically forcibly outing people as trans and making them, having restrictions on what bathrooms they can use, on how they can dress and act in public, that goes against the 9th Amendment. And also multiple other amendments if you really want to nitpick, because you could argue it goes against the First Amendment too. Like, oh, I can't present how I want to. First Amendment violation.
Here's my thing about it, right? I strongly adhere to, if you are not doing anything that directly harms another individual, you should be allowed to do it. Like, I strongly believe that if you want to do crack cocaine, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You are only ruining your own life by doing crack cocaine.
It's when you
Right?
force it on others, or you try to.
It's when. Here's the thing. You go ahead, do crack cocaine. If in doing crack cocaine while you're in that high state, you neglect your child, you have now caused harm to another person. Go to
Mhm.
jail.
Yeah, and
But if doing crack cocaine, and if you can just do crack cocaine and like you don't harm anybody else, and you just harm to I strongly agree to this. Like, I think that's perfectly fine. You should be perfectly legally within your rights to do that.
mm-hmm.
So whenever people get on about this trans thing, it's just like, show me anything where like that them being trans is harming anyone. Them being trans doesn't harm anyone. Just like how doing crack cocaine isn't harming anyone. Now it just so happens that people on crack cocaine can do harm. It's like how people who are black can do harm, and people who are white can do harm, and people who are gay can do harm. Anybody can do harm. But just a simple fact about you usually isn't the reason why you're doing harm.
Yeah, and because like
Every alcoholic drinks and drives, and like I think you should perfectly be allowed to be an alcoholic.
Yeah.
As long as you're not drinking and driving.
And endangering others.
You're harming other people.
Like, conservatives like to have these, what I call gotcha moments, where they try to point out a flaw in your argument, but it's not actually a flaw. So, for example, like, a common, conservative talking point is like, oh, just because you say you're a man or a woman doesn't make you that. I mean, if I say I'm a toaster, does that make me a toaster? Firstly, gender and a physical object are two different things, because gender's a construct. Second, sure, if you want to be a toaster,
it's like, yeah. What harm does that do to me? Do it.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Literally everything is a social construct. Like,
I call you stupid, but like
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that like I'm not gonna petition to make you stop saying you're a toaster. Go ahead, you're a toaster. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be like, oh no, like it's no sweat off my back. I'll call you a toaster. You want to call a toaster? Nothing's stopping you.
Yeah, it's kind of like
it's like a nickname at that point. You know what I mean? It's like yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like how I feel about neo-pronouns, where it's like, I don't understand them, and I know, like, because I've actually, like, seen conversations online from people who have neo-pronouns, and they explain, oh, it's mostly just like a online thing, like, I don't expect you to call me that in person, or in, like, an actual conversation. But, like, even if someone did, it's like, I don't like this, but like I'll call you it if it makes you feel validated.
Yeah, I mean, like that's not really harming me that you're calling that your pronoun is insect. This is an actual neo pronoun I've seen before.
Or fog self, or
right, or sons like that. Two more that I've seen before. It's like I'm okay.
Yeah, it's like it literally doesn't bother me. I just don't get why people. That's the problem.
Just gonna use your name at that point because, like, once you start using nouns as pronouns, I'm just gonna use the noun that you were given.
Yeah, like I feel like the world would be a much better place if people just learned to mind their business. If what's an example I can think of? Like with being trans, like if someone says like, "Oh, did you know that person is transgender? Yeah, they were born a woman but identify as a man, or they were born a man, identify as a woman." It's like, okay, I got bills to pay. I got work tomorrow. I got kids to take care of. Why should I, as a grown adult, care about what another person's doing with their life?
Right, and to bring this in from a Christian perspective, because some Christians just don't understand this.
Mm-hmm.
I need some of you Christians to read the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus says very clearly that he is not here to break the old laws. He's here to fulfill them. When he says that, what he is saying is that the people who go out and practice the old laws are valid.
Mm-hmm.
And they will be at the second highest table. They'll be like rank 1 on the seat of heaven because they followed that old law. And everyone else who's a Christian who believes that I have sacrificed but didn't like follow that, like if they followed it somewhat, they'll be at like rank. They'll be ranked second.
Mm-hmm.
But they're still in heaven. And like those people who like still believed in that and like didn't cause harm to other people, just kind of chilling, but like they didn't follow any of those laws, oh, they'll still be there. They'll just be at the last ring. They'll still be in heaven.
Yeah, they'll be at the end of the table.
Like people who, so like even if something that someone is doing is against the old law, which don't double check the old law.
A lot of
one, you're probably not following it, and two, it probably doesn't say what you think it says because people like sound bites and don't actually read it.
Yeah, and this goes because I
Most
actually
people are damned to hell. The only way that they'll be damned to hell is again by the Bible, not holding Jesus as your Lord and Savior. That's the only way. Once you do that part, and you truly try to live a good, healthy life, that you truly actually aren't like just the worst. Like there's that joke where it's like, oh, Hitler said, I love Jesus. Like no, he's right.
Yeah, same with Dahmer.
Right, like you're like Dahmer is not in heaven just because you believed in Christ. Like you still have to live a good morally good life.
Yeah.
But just because but following the old laws does not equate to living a morally good life.
Yeah. And I also want to point out that even among like Christian scholars, there's debate and controversy about what exactly it means to put your faith in Christ. Because some people believe that you have to believe he is your Lord and Savior in order to not go to hell. And then there's other people who say you just have to have him in your heart. And some people take that definition to mean like, oh, even if you don't believe he's the Lord and Savior, as long as you adhere to his ideals and, like you said, live a good life, a prosperous life, then you can still go to heaven. I mean, Pope Francis, there's a famous clip where like this little boy comes up to him and he basically asks the Pope, like, my dad took care of me, he loved me and my family, he was a hard-working good man, but he was an atheist. Could he still go to heaven? And the Pope says that thinks his dad is in heaven. So, like, if the Pope is saying it, I think there's a good chance that it's possible.
Literally, the Pope has to live and breathe that word of God, right?
Yeah.
If you want any final authority or anything, we'll source the Pope.
Exactly.
Right? And so, like, again, like, I feel like a lot of these Christians just kind of don't practice what they're supposed to be preaching. In fact, I don't think that they're actually preaching what they're supposed to be preaching. Yeah, I mean, it is said that many will come, you know, in the before the end, saying that they are him or that they speak for him, right? But they just aren't, you know.
They'll never be him.
Shout out to like there are several like The Great Disappointment. There was a guy way back in like the 1800s predicted that, you know, Jesus was going to come back this year. A lot of people believed him. A lot of people put their faith in that. Like to the point where like they went to debt. You know what I mean? They sold off houses. They got ready, you know, because it was like it was the end.
Here's the thing.
And it didn't end up coming to pass. And that broke people so badly that it is literally the reason why Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses exist.
Really?
Because it shook the faith that badly, right? That those denominations became a thing. Because they had to like look for new things after that. And he's like, you know. So I really do think like you see it all throughout history, you know, a lot of people not truly understanding the word. Like, because if you truly understand the word, like if you hear someone going, oh, this is the second coming, you look at them and just go, oh,
nope,
I'm not gonna listen to you. The Bible literally tells me not to listen to you.
I feel like Jesus will only come back when people stop expecting him. Like I have my
that is my belief too. I strongly believe that the state of the world, that what the state of the world is going to be before the end times is going to be prosperous. Earth is going to be a wonderful place. There's not going to be much hardship, not much struggle. It's going to be then when everything's looking good, when everything's looking positive, because it is said that it's supposed to be plagues and war and all of that. And it's going to be when none of those things are happening, where out of nowhere all of it happens at once. It all just collapses out of nowhere, right? And it has to be that way. It has to be that way. At least I think it does, because how it's described, it's not one at a time. It is straight. All of it's happening.
Yeah, isn't it like famine?
I mean, when you read the Bible, I mean, it's not like God hasn't done stuff like that before. I mean, look at the plagues sent to Egypt during that time. It's exactly that sort of thing, which is sudden and apparent.
Yeah. Also,
it makes sense that's when it's finally time for the earth to go. Is when people actually are respectful and loving, right?
Which will never happen.
And show kindness. I was like, that's the generation that kind of deserves it, right?
Also,
you finally got rid of the wickedness.
Also, this is
enough of it.
This is kind of related since we're talking about religion, and after we talk about this, we'll get back to our last two topics. But I watched a video recently talking about. Do you know who Charlie Cook is?
I've heard the name.
Yeah, one of those conservatives, you know, like Steven Crowder goes debates college students instead of actual professionals. Yeah, he...
So, like, of course they're going to look dumb because they don't have their full worldview set out. You're like, you're not as smart as you are going to be at 40 at 25.
Yeah, and I watched a video recently that was basically proving that Charlie Cook is not only racist but Islamophobic, because he made a series of tweets talking about the new mayor of New York City is Muslim, and he is brown skinned, and he is very openly a socialist. He wants to pass a bunch of socialist policies and increase the minimum wage in New York to $30 an hour by 2030. Like a bunch of great stuff. And Charlie Kirk is basically like, oh, Islamic extremists, attacked American soil in 2001, and now we're electing one into office. America's truly in dark times. And then, like, even a Republican senator, like, responded and was like, hey, this is very, like, racist. You should take this down. And he responded by basically being like, Islam isn't a religion of peace. I mean, look at all these different verses, the Quran, that say to, commit violent acts. And the guy who made the video...
It's crazy, because if you look into it, the basis of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam is the same. It's the same base book.
I mean, literally,
with some differences about, mostly about like prophets, right? It's like Judaism doesn't believe in Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. Christianity does, and Islam's got Muhammad, right? Like it's kind of like it's just like those small differences that make the pudding.
In Islam they believe Muhammad is the prophet. In Islam they have like a ranking of like prophets, and Jesus I think is like either after or like third place after Muhammad. So they still see him as a prophet, they just don't see him as the literal son of God. But I bring that up because if you read all three books, the Christian Bible, the Quran, the Jewish Bible, all of them encourage acts of violence or have like very strict rules. I remember specific examples. And I'm not just talking about the Old Testament.
Just ironically enough, my mother was listening to the Bible through an audiobook. I usually like to read mine. I'm currently in Matthew. Because I think that Matthew is like just a really solid book. I think Matthew is like a really solid book just in general. I think anyone who wants to talk to Christians or like talk about Christians really should read that book first. I think it's foundational to the principles. But my mom was listening to an audiobook, and she's in the Old Testament, and the section we were in was just all of like what you should do if someone commits acts against nature, right? So it's just like, and the Bible is not subtle about like what acts against it. Specifically, the first time I like locked in, it was on the part where it's like if a man lays with an animal, YouTube censorship. Bestiality, guys.
Wait, I think I remember it. It's like if a man lays with an animal, then something.
You kill the animal.
Yeah.
You kill the animal. Here's the thing: if a woman tries to do it, you kill the animal and the woman. You just straight kill them. Right? I think if I remember correctly, it moves on to like various forms of incest and what you have to do about that. Mostly killing, mostly
lots
death.
Of killing, lots of murder.
A lot of violence you have to commit if people go against the nature of things, right? And I wouldn't really condone that sort of behavior, nowadays. That might be of the old law. Right?
That's why people.
Be a good idea back then, but I just don't think that it would. Of now to just kill someone, especially for such an act. You know what I mean? Like, especially when we have ways to like better
punish them.
Get someone out of because the only reason you're doing something like that is because of like very deep-seated like traumatic incidents. Like it has to be, and and even if you don't think it is, I mean like. Then that's even more interesting. We really have to study that, see what really goes into the human psyche around it. And just killing the person is just not going to get you there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why I believe that basing, because a lot of Christians argue that there's no such thing as relative morality, that all morality must come from religion. And I just completely disagree with that because, all of like the major religions say basically the same thing: be nice, don't kill people, don't steal, don't lie, like basic human dignity. But then they have things like that, like, oh, die folks sheep, you kill the sheep. I can't think, but there's like other very extreme examples, like, oh, if you don't like hurdle your, like, if you don't take your livestock and arrange them a certain way, that's also punishable by death. Like crazy stuff like that. And like, so if
it's like that's sort of extremality, which just kind of makes sense back then. You know, like they didn't really have like the same tools that we have to handle people. You know.
But yeah, this was a good religious talk.
Oh yeah, it most definitely was. Really do like whenever I get to bring it up.
Yeah.
I really try to hit people with it, like Wendigo.
Yeah.
That's our secondary YouTube shout out. Wendigo.
Oh yeah.
Man, I love Wendigo.
Also
does a great job.
Also, controversy sells. If you're watching this and anything we just said upset you, you're the problem. So.
Right, yeah. Wendigo, and in our main YouTube endorsement, Dennis Man for the Dap Up Tournament of Power and the Aura Farming Tournament.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but
before we fully roll it back, I did want to, because I said earlier that I was going to bring up this commentator that was on Franco's podcast recently. I looked it up. His name is Bryant Tyler, I believe Cohan is how you pronounce that last name. He brings up this very interesting point, which is that in terms of Democrats really need to get on the side of the 80-20, on the side of the 80%, from the 80-20 side of debate. And he brings up this very very interesting point, where it's like, for example, a conservative will bring up the talking point of trans people being able to get surgery done, the medicine and stuff done in prison, right? He brings up the point that in reality, any Democrat worth their salt should be able to dismiss that strongly out of hand and join the 80% of like, no.
Yeah.
It really shouldn't be done. And honestly, he's right.
Yeah.
In reality, a majority of the Americans are going to, whether they're conservative, independent, or Democrat, are going to be of the opinion that like that sort of thing should not be funded by taxpayer dollars, especially for someone who was incarcerated. And he's right in the sense, he's right that Democrats should be able to wholeheartedly stop that talking point by just going, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I would not vote for that to be allowed to be done with prison money in prison.
So, like, for example, like, let's say a liberal or a Democrat is arguing with a Republican, and a Republican's like, the teachers in our schools are turning our kids trans, and the Democrat's just like, well, I hope not, because that wouldn't be okay.
Right? As he points out, like, during the early years of this politicking, if you were a Democrat, you had to so strongly look like an ally that you basically had to stand on the side with trans people or gay people to the point where your points look insane.
Yeah.
Right? And at this point in time, you really we lost, right?
Yeah.
Like Democrats are lost. They are on the down and out. And as he says, Democrats can point at the Republicans all they want and go, look at how bad they're doing. Look at how bad they're doing. Look at how bad they're doing. But until they go, look at how bad they're doing. And this is what I'm going to do instead. Instead of just hoping that, like, just because the Republicans are bad, we're going to pick them. They're just not going to be a respectable party.
I mean, that's literally why Joe Biden won the 2020 election and why so many people voted for Kamala Harris. They just didn't want to vote for the other. They didn't want to vote for the other guy.
Right, but so many people, right, as we saw. Here's the thing. That's the reason why some people voted for Kamala. But the reason why a lot of people didn't go over again is because the Democrats basically said, "Hey, look, what's wrong with that? And I'm going to do something to change it." And then Joe Biden did nothing. And so they tried to run on that same campaign again, and it failed because they just don't know that they have the wherewithal. Now, in 2026, I do truly believe that for the most part, as long as dictatorship doesn't go too far, they're pretty rock solid to at least gain one seat, maybe two. But in order to be so locked down solid enough that they gain back a majority in either the House or the Senate, they really have to step up their game.
Yeah.
They really do. And I think that is a perfect example of how to step up your game. There is no need to be so all or nothing with your talking points.
So you think that as the right gets further right into alt-right territory, the left should also move to become more moderate, if borderline conservative? Because there's already...
Here's the thing. I don't think that is a borderline conservative statement to say that prisoners really shouldn't, like, more privately. You know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't give out
like plastic surgery to prisoners.
Right, that's what that's what it really is, right? At the end of the day, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Like,
help people feel more secure and all that.
Yeah, like pick
it
the.
Really isn't a conservative point to say that like that is something that you kind of lose the right to if you commit a crime.
Like, but what I'm basically saying is like, rather than being like super open and supportive about, you know, all these different issues, to be a bit more moderate, to like make it clear like, oh, there are limitations. Because I think that's one way you win over some conservatives and Republicans. Because you already have, you know...
And win some over, but mostly win over the independents who really just don't give a damn.
Yeah, and also, there's a lot of Republicans who despise Trump, like they hate Trump with like all their being. So if the Democrats can be
just so that you're reasonable to them and like you win them over.
Yeah, I mean, even in like it's like if you ask the average person I'm trying to think of it. Like for example, my family
Files?
Huh? The Epstein files.
Bring up the Epstein files.
Yeah, and just a sec. I was gonna bring up like, for example, my stepdad. He's like a full-on redneck. Lives out in like the woods, goes deer hunting and all that. But he's a rational person. Because I overheard him one time talking about how like. He was like, "Oh yeah, Trump's going crazy," you know, talking about with ICE and everything. So like, if a redneck can point out that, hey, what the president's doing is fascism and it's wrong, then I think you can get more rational-minded people on your side.
Almost definitely. Like my mom, for example. She sees it clear as day with Trump, right? She sees it clear as day. Down to the point where a lot of people call Trump a racist or any of that, and I agree alongside my mother. He's not racist, right? He's a businessman, right? And currently, the people that he sells to the most are racist in that, like, so he enacts some policies that they want to keep them in line. Because of course she would do that. Because those are your constituents and those are the people who voted you in. And they have the power to destroy.
He's the ultimate grifter.
But for the most part,
he has no opinions.
Right? And for the most part, any action that he does is a business move, actually. It's entirely to make more money for himself and his fellow pedophiles on the Epstein list. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which
like it is entirely for the rich. He's a president for the rich, and not for the working class. And it's just so funny how he was so able to turn the working class against itself. You know, I mean, he literally said that his favorite kind of people was stupid.
Yeah, he did. Oh yeah,
like
yeah. Wasn't he like
with that soundbite would just be cooked?
Because like he was in a state and he was like, oh yeah, this state has one of the lowest educated rates in the country. You know, I love the uneducated. Bo just flat out said that all his supporters are dumb, and they still support him. But yeah, about the Epstein.
And it makes sense why. Because either they're racist, in which case there's no winning them over. And we don't want to win them over because the way to win over a racist is to, you know, shoot myself, and I'm not going to do that.
Mm-hmm. And but
for the other part of it, they don't care about that little section of the carve out. They care about spending and all that, and he kind of fucked up in that regard, which is why all of them are looking at him side-eyed, right? And this is your chance that you won't mess up as well, you know?
Yeah.
That's why, you know, why it's turning out like it is.
Mm-hmm. But about the Epstein files, which don't exist apparently, you know, even though one of the politicians literally said she had it on her desk, and several influencers were taking pictures holding them.
I believe she's not a politician. She is head of the FBI? Question mark. She works for the FBI. That does not make you a politician.
Yeah, well, someone in a high position of power literally claimed to have the Epstein files on her desk, but now suddenly they don't exist. They just vanished. There was no list.
I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going on there. I mean, even conservatives can see through this, and it's because simply you built your platform on the idea that there are elite people in power who are trying to hide the fact that they are in power to be able to abuse people, right? And you build your base, because this is another part of his base, you build your base on the idea that I will be the light in the dark to shine through and reveal these untruths. Then you get into power, you hold it over our heads that you have it, and then when it's finally time to show the deeds, you don't show anything, and you say to those same people that conspiracy was actually made by the left.
It's like,
no one's that stupid.
Yeah.
No one is that dumb.
And like, have you seen the one clip where like he gets asked a question by a reporter about the Epstein list, and he's just like, why are we still talking about this creep? Like, let's just move on. Move on. There were thousands of children that were, oh, I gotta watch my language here, I forgot, for YouTube, that were diddled and abused. I think I can say that. Thousands of victims. But no, you know, let's just move on, you know?
I love how also half the things are just like, actually, we can't show anything because it will harm the victims. We're just like, okay, with their face. Black out their body entirely. We can still see the pedophile.
Yeah.
Right?
Also, you want to know the funniest thing that's come out of the Epstein file situation? Is, I don't know if you saw, but Stephen King outed himself, folded on the Zero Pressure. On Twitter, he was basically like, he tweeted something where he was like, the Epstein files are real. So is Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy.
Oh, come on, King.
Yeah.
Are you back on the booger sugar?
Either that, I mean, this is the guy who wrote a child, or can't say that on YouTube, who wrote a child getting together scene.
No, yeah, just say it, and then the page.
wait, let me actually look up, you gotta be careful what I search.
Have that on your, yeah, no, go ahead, have that on your search history.
It orgy scene page.
That's a crazy thing to look up.
Page 12 of chapter 22. So, yeah.
You know, you know, maybe it makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
I decided to see that one go. All I'm saying is that the Clintons have the ability to do something really funny right now. Because if you haven't heard, the Clintons and a couple other people have been like indicted to speak on the case. All I'm saying is that they have a really fun, like they can they can shoot themselves to decapitate Trump in an instant by just being like, "Yep, I was on there.
And
There
so
were
was Trump.
everywhere. And you want to know who else? Donald J. Trump." Like they
Yeah,
have
no.
the ability to do something really funny here.
And then the next day
They
he dies
actually,
from.
you know, are good people,
And then
which they aren't because they're on the list.
And then the very next day, mysteriously dies from 17 gunshot wounds to the chest. Or like,
It was suicide.
Rules of suicide. Or like, dang, I forgot what I was gonna say. We mentally backtrack. Oh yeah, Bill Clinton. He's been very open about the fact that he was on that island. I mean, there's literally a clip where someone asked him Bill, were you on that island? As he's like walking past, and he just like smiles, laughs, and then looks away and continues walking. That man.
And is there videos with him and Maxwell?
Maxwell.
Is that my last name?
I
swear that's the last name.
You might have to look it up, but yeah, he was definitely on that island. While you're searching that up,
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, that is her last name. I'm not crazy. Ghislaine Maxwell.
yeah.
She's the person that is currently trying to get a presidential pardon from Trump.
Which, by the way, have you heard that
living person who probably knows everything.
Have you heard that Trump has considered pardoning Diddy?
Of course he did.
Like, because firstly, I can't remember if we talked about this last time or if it was even public info at the time, but Diddy was found guilty of only, I think, 2 or 3 charges. Like the racketeering charges,
Yeah.
he was found innocent of. The only things he was found
Crazy, man.
the only charges he was found guilty of were like 2 charges of like transporting across state lines to engage in prostitution, and I think like drug use, something. Like he got off of all the sex racketeering, which like from what I've heard, that is extremely rare. Like if you are charged with racketeering of any kind, there's a 99.9% conviction rate, which means his lawyer had to pull some Saul Goodman numbers in order to get that.
Which is crazy because one of the best lawyers ever dipped on that case.
Yeah, literally, and it's not even like he couldn't have won the case. So he literally left because he said he like couldn't live with himself if he took on that case. Like Diddy, a multi-millionaire, is paying you millions of dollars. Turn it down. What does he know?
Enough that, you know, if he was lesser known, he'd be shot, you know?
That is true. But enough with the politics and the satanic EDPs that reside in our government.
Alright, so we're supposed to have an existential crisis now?
Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll go through Kevin Feige's interview, because it's not too long, and then we'll give like our brief thoughts on Ironheart. And then that'll be the
Let's see my team
podcast.
break down this time, guys.
Yeah, we promise. 5 hours later. Okay, so I have over here in another tab, I have Kevin Feige's interview pulled up, so I'm just gonna read straight from it, while skipping over something. In future films, however, X-Men characters who appeared in previous movies will be played by new actors, along with mutants making their big screen debut. This decision echoes changes in the composition of the Marvel Comics following the 2015 Secret Wars storyline, and they basically explain what happens
Welcome
then.
to the 8th Cosmos, baby.
So basically,
Call it that.
Feige confirms that they will be rebooting all the X-Men characters after season. He went on to say,
Except for Ryan Reynolds, though, right?
probably, and Hugh Jackman,
You know, and Hugh Jackman. Well, no, I actually want that one going.
but until he's 90.
Can we also keep? Actually, yeah. I want to keep Ryan Reynolds. I want to keep. What's Laura's actress name?
Laura's actress, it's Danielle. No, it's not. I don't think it's Danielle. I can't remember her actor's name.
I want to keep her, and I want to keep. I'm not gonna call this man by the wrong name. And I want to keep Channing Tatum. I want to keep. That's it.
Yes, Gambit. Okay, yeah, we can keep them.
He's earned Gambit, all right. Those are the three.
He made a name for himself. But
That's it. That's all I need.
yeah, I'm okay. I
If
agree
we
with
don't
that.
keep those three, that's just a dumb decision because those three are perfect for their characters. Probably willing to keep doing this.
I have a feeling Ryan Reynolds will stick around because he said recently in like a separate interview that he was coming up with ideas for a Deadpool and X-Men like team up movie. He hasn't pitched it yet, but yeah, he's sticking around. So here's what Feige.
Maybe a proper X-Force this time.
Yeah, one that doesn't die instantly.
Yeah, or we could do merch for money. That'd be fun. But I wouldn't call that an excellent crossover, though. I feel like that should be its own separate thing. I really want to see Hitmonkey, the guys who did Rocket's like animation.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. The VFX team for the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, like come over.
Yeah, they
do
could.
the Deadpool movie with Hitmonkey. It'd be hype.
It would be. So in response to all this, Feige said, "Well, we're specifically talking about Secret Wars. Quote." We're utilizing that story not just to round out the stories we've been telling post-Endgame, just as importantly, and you can look at the Secret Wars comics for where that takes you. It very, very much sets up the future," Feige said. Endgame literally was about endings. Secret Wars is about beginnings.
I mean, yeah. It is. I mean, the beginning of a whole new world. I truly do think that Miles Morales will actually play a pivotal role going forward past that, because I don't know if you talked about it. Did we talk about it?
About what he said.
Recording?
Yeah, we did.
About Miles, yeah.
Yeah.
On recording? Okay. Yeah, because like I really do think that post the Spider-Verse movies, they are going to allow Miles to appear in these movies in live action. It would make sense to save him until post-Secret War, because, I mean, he kind of doesn't exist in the mainline universe until post-Secret War.
Yep. And by the time because Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out in 2027. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, by the time Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out, the college trilogy will be done, but probably not. So then Feige was asked if it would be a reboot, and he responded, "Reboot is a scary word. Reboot can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. It's more of a reset, singular timeline. We're thinking along those lines. X-Men is where that happens next." Yeah. Feige noted that
when he says singular timeline, he means every character that we are going to use is from one timeline.
One timeline.
Because I think that throwing away the multiverse again to go back to what King was doing is incorrect. Especially since there are certain characters that work better with a multiverse. Most namely Spider-Man and Reed Richards.
Yeah, I don't think it means like a literal singular timeline. I think he means a single timeline where we have all of the Marvel characters exist in one world.
Yeah, I do think that's what he meant. But if he didn't mean that, we're gonna have problems.
Yeah, we're gonna have some issues. We're gonna have to meet him up personally. Feige noted that the X-Men comics, with their focus on Xavier's school, naturally centered on stories about adolescent characters. Quote, "They have been a place to tell stories about young people who feel different, and who feel other, and who feel like they don't belong. That's the universal story of mutants. That's where we're going."
I do hope that where we're going leads to the new mutants, though. I am 20, about to turn 21. I don't want to wait till I'm 40 to see Magic on the big screen again.
Yeah, people forget she was even on
Sunspot on the big screen at all. Psylocke done right. Or see Tempest. That's a cool new character that's around. Or Cannonball, which he doesn't get enough respect. So I'm really hoping that that when he says that, we're talking about the proper young mutants in terms of the comics. Because maybe his first wave of students haven't been his first wave. Haven't
Yeah.
been his only students for a long while, and I would like to see leader of the X-Men Cyclops, because
Yeah.
you don't get that until he's a lot older.
Yeah, I get that. Even more intriguingly,
Before you continue,
Yeah.
even more importantly, you don't get Hope Summers, and honestly, I think that if you want a very good hook sticking point, you start this off with Hope Summers.
Mm-hmm.
First mutant born. After more mutants. No, I don't want it.
No, more mutants. Even more intriguingly, Feige also indicated that other Marvel characters will eventually be recast, including Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. He pointed to many other major film franchises that have done the same thing multiple times over. Then he's quoted saying,
James Bond.
Yeah, he says, Amy Pascal and David Heyman are now searching for a new James Bond, Feige said. David Cornsweet, the new Superman. He was awesome. That will always be the case.
Yeah.
Feige...
And a new actor gets to do just a whole new take on the character. It's fun to see.
Yeah. Feige acknowledged that stars who have retired their original MCU roles, like RDJ and Chris Evans, have made it difficult to imagine anyone else in their character's shoes, but he says it's not an impossible task. Quote, I think it's hard for anybody to do that when an actor has done such a great job, he said. How are they going to ever replace Sean Connery as James Bond, right? Then says... At least 2 legacy actors may still appear in the MCU as well. Asked about his plans to follow up Marvel 2024 blockbuster Deadpool and Wolverine with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, Feige in typical fashion made no definitive statements, but also did not close off any possibilities. Quote, I think there is more fun to be had with both of those characters, but we'll see. Okay.
Really sounds like I'm getting rid of Hugh Jackman as soon as possible.
As soon as Secret Wars is over. There was another interview.
And we're getting the proper Short King Wolverine, baby.
Yes.
Look at you, little comic
accurate Short King.
You the fucking montage.
Okay, and then this is the second article that goes into some more questions. Let's see. Okay, so he says that they currently have plans for the next 7 years of the MCU. He said...
Gross, don't tell us about it.
He's not. He's saying it's traditionally a 5-year plan. I think it goes to 2032 right now. And then he also goes on to state, though it hasn't been quite 7 years since he last did this, it's still aware that Feige gives an interview of this length and ponder. But after some ice-breaking small talk, in which he talks about DC Studios' Superman.
Superman?
Superman. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Kevin Feige, Superman. Let's see, I gotta go to IGN. I can't find the quote, but he went on record saying that he really enjoyed James Gunn's Superman, and he liked how it just jumps right into the middle of things. And he specifically was like, oh, well, who's Mr. Terrific? Well, you're gonna find out. So he said he really enjoyed it. Okay, yeah. So, right now, he has plans to 2032. Let's see. It says, we produced 50 hours of stories between 2007 and 2019. But in the 6 years since Avengers Endgame concluded the Infinity Saga, we've had well over 100 hours of story. Half the time. That's too much. So he's acknowledging that there's been way too much content. Says after Endgame, it says here, after Endgame, Feige said the company entered a period of experimentation and evolution of the kind of movies it was making, which led to projects like Eternals and Shang-Chi. Quote, I've always thought if you take success and don't experiment with it and don't risk with it, then it's not worth it. What we also ended up with is focusing on Disney Plus as an expansion, and it's that expansion that I think led people to say, it used to be fun, but now I have to know everything about all of these. Coincidentally, Feige believes the well-documented problems Marvel's been facing over the last few years of an overabundance of supply is from an overabundance of supply, not a sudden drop in demand. Quote, look at Superman, he said. It's clearly not superhero fatigue, right? I liked it a lot, Feige said. I love... yeah, this is the quote. I love you just jump right into it. You don't know who Mr. Fantastic... Fantastic... If you don't know if you don't know who Mr. Terrific is, tough, you'll figure it out. This is a fully fleshed out world. And then here's kind of the crazy part. As Feige explained, and as Disney CEO Robert Iger has also said more than once, Marvel's dramatic increase in volume spread Marvel too thin for its relatively small team of executives to keep up. For the first, and then this is his quote, for the first time ever, quantity trumped quality. We spent 12 years working on the Infinity Saga saying that's never going to happen to us. We always had more characters than we could possibly make, because we weren't going to make a movie a month. Suddenly there's a mandate to make more, and we go, well, we have to do more. And he says, Thunderbolts, which I thought was a very, very good movie, Feige said, but no one knew that title and many of those characters from a TV show. Some audiences were still feeling the notion of, I guess I had to have seen these other shows to understand who this is. But if you actually saw the movie, that wouldn't be the case. And we make the movie so that's not the case. But I think we still have to make sure the audience understands that.
Seriously, I cannot stand anyone who was like, oh no, you definitely had to see... No, you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, literally...
If there was a show called The Falcon that came out before Captain America, the Winter Soldier, I swear everyone would be like, oh wow, this makes no sense without it, when like, yes it does.
Yeah.
Captain America, the Winter Soldier makes perfect sense without having seen anything else with Falcon in it, even though technically you couldn't have seen anything else with Falcon in it at the time. Like,
also, not
stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Also, not to mention that in Thunderbolts, the only character that was introduced in a Disney Plus series was a U.S. agent. So,
and they literally spend like the first scene going, here's your dossier, here's your dossier,
yeah,
here's your dossier.
Yeah, literally,
here's the dead one's dossier, like.
But this is good. It's so it's honestly crazy to me that he's coming out and saying what people have been saying for years. Yeah, we kind of went quantity over quality. We've been inconsistent. People feel like they have to do homework. We didn't make it clear that's not the case. It takes a lot of courage to come out and just say that. To that end, Feige spent an hour discussing everything from budgets, TV schedules, and when Marvel greenlights a project. Or if/when audiences could see Miles Morales, Ms. Marvel, or Clea again. He also provided an update on the status of Blade, and confirmed widespread speculation that Secret Wars will not only conclude the multiverse saga, but provide a reset for the MCU. Let's see what he said about Blade. He said, Despite false rumors, Mahershala Ali's debut as the Vampire Slayer in Blade is still in the works, confirms Kevin Feige. Quote, Mahershala Ali is still attached. The obstacle and trying to find... In all seriousness, Feige explained the prolonged delays on Blade were a symptom of Marvel's overexpansion. How the executive characterizes the studio's response to Disney's mandate to produce more content at the onset of the Disney Plus streaming service. Feige hesitated to use a dramatic term like fallout to characterize the resulting situation, but, quote, then that's the quote about quantity over quality. Again, this is him talking about Blade. We didn't want to simply just put a leather outfit on him and have him start killing vampires. It had to be unique, Feige explained. It fell into the time when we started pulling back and saying, only accept insanely great, and it wasn't insanely great at the time. We didn't feel like, as often as we do, you can have a good script and make it a great script through production. We didn't feel confident that we could do that on Blade, and we didn't want to do that to Mahershala, and didn't want to do that to us. Then it says here, Feige told Variety that there have been 3 or 4 iterations of Blade's story, 2 of which were period pieces. Quote, we've landed on modern day, Feige confirmed, which is why we could give those costumes back to Ruth, and that's what we're focusing on. He's talking about how Marvel lent some of their costumes for the original Blade to actors on Sinners. So basically he was like, we didn't need them anymore since now it's going to be in modern day. There was also one thing he said about Kang. I have to jump through a bunch of different sources. Here we go. Feige never mentions Jonathan Majors by name, instead calling him either Kang actor or at one point just the actor, or just zeroing in on Kang as a character. So, Bo won't even dare say his name. He says Marvel was already preparing to pivot away from Kang before the Majors issue. Quote, we had started even before what happened to the actor happened. Bo is really trying hard to avoid talking about it. We had started to realize that Kang wasn't big enough, he wasn't Thanos, and that there was only one character that could be that, because he was that in the comics for decades and decades. Because of the Fox acquisition, we finally had it, and it was Doctor Doom. So we had started talking about Doctor Doom even before we officially pivoted from Kang. In fact, I had started talking with Robert Downey Jr. about this audacious idea before Ant-Man 3 even came out. It was a long plan that we had to take one of our greatest characters and utilize one of our greatest actors. So yeah, apparently...
Stop the cap!
You think he's capping? You think
Stop the cap! Stop the cap!
No, because...
You did not plan to bring RDJ back. No, you didn't. You had to pivot to RDJ because you got nervous about the reception of just throwing. You maybe you wanted to bring in Doom.
Yeah.
Alright?
I believe that
you
part.
You brought in RDJ when the fallout happened. Don't start with me.
Yeah, I believe that he was considering Doctor Doom even before Ant. Like, I get that. But he did not talk to Robert Downey Jr. before then. So yeah, he's definitely capping on that. But honestly...
He wore a cap.
Yeah. I mean, he does wear a cap. Yeah, so, okay, to summarize what we've learned. Some of it we basically already knew, but it's nice to have confirmation, like Secret Wars is resetting the timeline, we're getting new actors as younger members of the X-Men, what else? Blade is still in the works, and it's going to be set in modern day, so hasn't been scrapped. We can't get Miles until after they finish the Spider-Verse trilogy, and what else was... I think that's about it. Wait. Okay, yeah, there's 2 more things. So, firstly, it says, Feige still likes the flexibility of going into production without a set script. So, James Gunn was adamant about how, before they even start filming a movie or they greenlight a movie, they have to have a completed script. Feige is still completely fine with jumping into production without a set script. And he justifies that by saying, I've never been satisfied with a movie we've released. What he in the company like to do is plussing at every turn. And he says here, there's plussing happening every day on the Avengers Doomsday set right now. And it is amazing to watch because what those filmmakers, those actors, both the ones that are playing these characters for the first or second time, and the ones playing them for the 10th or 12th time, are the best at it in the world to know these characters so well. So if they have an idea, you want to listen to it and want to adjust it, and you want to improve it, I wouldn't want to change that. So, I get what he's saying. Like, listening to the actors' feedback and being flexible, willing to make changes as you go along. I understand that. I still feel.
Yeah, but like Deadpool and Wolverine didn't add like whole new scenes and cut out whole new characters listening to the actor feedback. Actor feedback is like, actually, my character would say this line in this moment, not this line in this moment. Not anything that like tears apart the movie and costs you another $100 million.
I think that's what he's talking about, or what he's referring to. I don't think he's talking about.
It is what he's talking about. I think that he's like. I think that it's dumb to mention that, because when people say go in with a complete script, they don't mean never change a single line.
Yeah.
They mean don't rip apart whole scenes.
It could also mean like. Wait, let me read over it again. It could also mean like. Not just like changing dialogue or like changing like certain scenes, but like adding scenes or like changing certain parts of the story to better fit with what you're doing. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, for example, Spider-Man No Way Home. It was originally supposed to come out before Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and America Chavez was actually going to be introduced in No Way Home. Like, that was in the script and everything. But they had to change that while filming because of COVID and the whole schedule getting messed up. So I can understand like changing certain parts of the story with what works better. But
that doesn't. Hey! Here's the great thing about that. That is not changing scenes. That's and nothing has changed.
I mean, yeah.
You know what I mean? You have. Okay, let me just scrub over America, right in Doctor Strange. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
You have fundamentally changed nothing.
Yeah.
Your script is still the same. You just slightly alter dialogue.
Basically, what he's saying is that he is a perfectionist and is constantly changing the story, even as the film. That's basically what he's saying. And
all I'm saying is that he answered the question.
Yeah. I mean, they literally acknowledged in one of these articles that he rarely does interviews like this. Like, honestly, James Gunn's approach. Like, most people are gonna see this and be like, oh, James Gunn knows what he's doing, Feige doesn't. But honestly, it just depends, because the same way, like, you know how there's different types of writers? You know, people who write, like, one chapter at a time, and then people who just write, and then they go back and revision it. It's the same way with making these films. James Gunn is very tight script, basically no reshoots unless absolutely necessary, whereas Feige is very like, okay, I have an idea of what we're gonna do, but if we gotta change it, we gotta change it, and we're gonna try to make it work. Which, I respect that, but that's also adding a whole lot of extra stress. But it is interesting getting a look into his psyche. Oh yeah, and he also revealed that Michael Waldron, who was the head writer of Loki, is helping write the script for Doomsday. That's basically it. That's everything we got from the interview.
Nice.
So would you say that we've gained valuable insight, or do you feel like it was just kind of a confirmation of stuff we already knew?
That second one, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's still nice to have the confirmation coming from the
man, the myth, the legend, the guy who has, for some reason, forgot to pay his snipers their premium currency.
I have a theory that
Kevin Feige.
Bob Iger actually replaced Kevin Feige with a scroll.
No, he obviously replaced Kevin with Kevin.
Oh, you mean the knowledge enhanced visual interconnectivity nexus? Okay, but now for a final topic. Ironheart.
Fire, alright? The Fire show was a really great time because it's not an origin story. Because not every single story that we tell about a character has to be one. It felt just like some random thing that would come out of the comics, right? Story of a person who sees the genius that they hold and wish to do something with their life, and they use the moral means to get their way to get to it, you know? Having failed to learn the lesson that cheap shortcuts for personal gain just doesn't end up working in the end, you know? And I like that. I like that it's a nice place to leave a character off, you know?
Yeah.
Not stock, not standard.
I really enjoyed how they handled Riri's backstory and her trauma with her stepdad and best friend being killed. And I also liked how instead of having the Tony Stark AI, they create a best friend character for her and have that be the stand-in. I actually didn't mind that creative difference.
Creative difference? What are you talking about? Natalie's canon to the comics.
I mean, like
down to the letter.
I mean, like, but she doesn't become like an AI assistant, right?
No, like that literally exactly how she creates her. AI brain scan and all direct from the comics.
Oh, I did not know this. Okay, never mind then.
Her being her dead best friend in a shootout that ends up from a drive-by that ends up killing her stepdad and her. Yeah, like that's like direct from the comics. And then her scanning her brainwaves in an attempt to make an AI accidentally end up recreating her in AI form, like dead on. It is like one of the most one-to-one. The only difference is that because doing this would be expensive, in the comics, Natalie is a hard light purple like hologram. But because that's expensive, and also you already paid the actress to be here,
yeah,
you
just
make her look like her.
Yeah, make her
so
look
that the
physically
actor can just stand there.
But yeah,
which I think is really clever.
Work around. But yeah, I really enjoyed how they handled Riri as a character and her trauma, and because like her entire thing is like everyone's constantly asking, why do you want to build an Iron Man suit? Why do you want to do this? Why do you want to do that? And her response is always, oh, because I can, or because I want to. And eventually we find out that, well, yeah, it is partially because like wants to and knows she can. It's also because like she wants to be able to prove herself and prove she can protect the loved ones she still has. I thought that was a really good character arc for her. And the struggles that she goes through throughout the series, you know, being expelled from school, basically having like little to no resources to build the suit she wants to build, having to resort to crime, and like that just exposed a lot of people either don't have media literacy or purposefully misrepresenting the actual story and her as a character. Because they're like, oh, she's a criminal and she got the Hood's brother killed, and it's like, no.
Her brother was first off, it's not his brother, it's his cousin. Second off,
cousin, whatever.
Second off, she did. Yeah, what a shock. Second off, she didn't get him killed. Natalie got her killed.
Yeah.
The AI has self-awareness and is able to make decisions on its own. Thirdly, he tried to kill her and would have exposed the fact that she is not with the team.
Yeah.
To the rest of the team, so he had to go.
And
third of all, wow, what a it's almost like being a criminal comes with negative consequences in one's life, and that the whole point of the story was a bunch of people telling her that taking the shortcut of criminality, easy money, was the wrong path.
Yeah.
And her being arrogant enough to still go on that path and try to shortcut around the fact that the shortcut screwed her over. Her entire character, which is why she takes the deal at the end with You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Like a lot of criticisms that people throw towards her character can be applied to Tony Stark as well. Like, oh well, she killed someone. Did you, in the first Iron Man, he guns down terrorists. Iron Man does not have a no-kill rule. Second, oh well, she's just very arrogant, she's so unlikable. Was Tony Stark, and also, this is like, well, she debuted in Wakanda Forever, but outside of that, this is her, like, official debut. Who's to say that she won't outgrow that and grow later on in the franchise, like in Young Avengers? And also, a lot of I don't want to say most, but a lot of MCU heroes are criminals. Scott Lang was literally a burglar in prison in his first movie before he got out. So, like,
everyone on Team Cap had to go into hiding
because they were fugitives. Yeah, like, and on top of that,
he killed my mom. Like, what are we doing?
And on top of that, it's not like Wee shows up to the hideout. They're like, "Hey, want to help us commit some crime for money?" No, it's not like blah blah blah. I gotta cut that out.
Also, it's not murder. It's like blackmail. Oh no, the horror.
Yeah, because like she shows up, she goes through their little test.
It's like she was like an assassin, and she was like taking blood money, but like no.
Like no,
we're stealing from rich people.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Like she shows up, she proves her intelligence and worthiness by going through their trap, and then they're like, "Hey, you want to help us?" And at first she wants to walk away. She's like, "Yeah, I don't want anything to do with this. It's shady." But then she sees how much money they're making, and she realizes,
like, they legitimately have cash to hand her.
Yeah, like, I can use this to fund my suit. And even while she's helping them commit the heist, like, she's very uncomfortable doing it. She's going along with it just so she can get her cut. She does not enjoy doing this. And, like, that's even when she starts getting suspicious of the Hood, with him being able to, manipulate bullets, and how he shot, the one guard, and Riri was like, that was kind of messed up, like, no one was supposed to get hurt, and, like, everything involving the Hood, I thought was awesome, like,
The effects were amazing. His look is so good. And he is literally so comic accurate. The dual-wielded pistols and everything.
Yeah. His actor also did a phenomenal job. In pretty much every scene, whether he's being calm, whether he's being friendly, whether he needs to get threatening, or when he starts spazzing out and going crazy. Yeah.
He's great in all of it.
Yeah, it's so good. And also, one complaint I saw some people make was about his cloak. And they say his cloak is indestructible, but Wee was able to laser off part of it. And they were asking, well, how's that possible? She didn't destroy it. She ripped a piece of it off. Like, if you take a piece of paper and you rip it in half, the paper's not destroyed. It's just now split in two. So, I thought that was a dumb nitpick that some people had.
Also, we didn't even bring it up, but the main argument. She said that Tony Stark.
Oh my god!
But he's smart, so he would become billionaire. You're missing the fucking point, jackass. Look at how Tony started his character arc. He would not have gone on his journey to become a better person if he wasn't a billionaire at the start. We can literally see this in the What If, where Killmonger saves him from the missile. Where he stays that arrogant, that jackass that he was at the start of his journey. The billions of dollars that she is talking about did help him become Iron Man. Without the money, he cannot have the.
That's just facts.
He does not have the funding to build over 60 different models of these things. To say otherwise is to be a liar.
Yeah, because she specifically says Tony Stark wouldn't be anything without his billions of dollars. And people are trying to say, like, oh, so Tony Stark wouldn't be the super genius that he is? No, he would be, just like how Riri's a super genius. But he would have to be using, scraps in order to build his machines on a very low budget. And then you also have people who say, like, oh, well, he built this in a cave with a box of scraps. Scraps that were made from missiles that he funded, that with billions of dollars.
His tech.
Yeah.
With the help of a mentor at that. Don't forget, people act like he was by himself in that cave.
Yeah, like, no. In fact, Tony Stark would have died if it wasn't for Jensen, which, by the way, rest in peace. The universe literally would not exist without him. I mean, think about
Jensen doesn't get the respect he deserves, bro.
It's very cathartic because if you remember Jensen's last words to Stark before he dies, it's something along the lines of, "This is your chance this is your second chance at life. Don't waste it." And then Tony Stark sacrifices his life to save the universe. God, that's such a good character arc. But yeah. R.I.P. Winston.
Yeah, so she's right though. Without the money, he cannot be the person that everyone sees him as.
Yeah. And even though
Tony Stark was not born moral, he was an asshole.
That is true. And
he was not born an asshole. He would just be a completely different person if he was born without the money and backing of his parents.
That's just a fact.
Fundamental, hook, line, sinker.
But yeah, the Hood was great.
You still have to cultivate genius even if you have it baseline.
Yeah, the Hood was great, an amazing villain. Ezekiel Stain, one of the most interesting and best parts of the series, in my opinion. Ironheart.
I can't wait to see him again.
I know, right?
I can't wait to see him again. Because they set him up perfectly.
Tying the series all the way back to the first Iron Man by having the son of Ezekiel Stain, it's so good, and I love the character arc he goes on.
It's so cool that he's the only person who knows the truth in the world. Besides, SEAL agents,
Yeah, and his character was also super interesting because, he was also a tech genius, and he built all of these amazing, tech and everything. Had his own little bunker / hideout, but he was too timid and too scared because out of fear of becoming like his father. And then Riri gives him the confidence he needs to stand up for himself, and ultimately, essentially goes down the same path as his father. He's not the same as his father.
I disagree. I wouldn't say it's the same path.
Yeah, let me reiterate.
At the end of the day, he was never actually going to kill Riri.
Yeah, because
his name was.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Let me reiterate. He didn't go down the same path. He went down a similar path. The difference being that he is not as immoral as his father was, because his father was just a greedy businessman, whereas the
difference between me and you is that when the abyss stared black, you blinked.
I don't think he like you said, I don't think he was gonna ever kill Riri. And the whole thing where he's even oh yeah, get out of town and all that, and then he takes back, is it her helmet he takes back? And he's yeah, she's dead. When he's being
that scene, I remember saving his ass because he was really bad at coming up with a good, believable lie.
Yeah. Or later on when his body's being controlled and he's being forced to attack Riri, and he literally helps her, and he's I can't remember, how does he... Isn't it oh yeah, if you kick me in the balls, it activates my emergency system or something, and then you can hack me in.
And I love the scene right after that where he's just hey look, what you did was still grimy and fucked up, and I literally cannot live my life anymore. Don't fix your mess with him. You're not done. I will talk to you later. It's just bars.
Mm-hmm. And we set him up.
Bars. I can't wait to see him again.
Can't wait to see him in Armor Wars. That's gonna be peak.
Yeah, that thing got canceled, yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, there's so much potential in an Armor Wars movie. You got War Machine, you got Ironheart, potentially Punisher. You have Ezekiel Stain. Also, you have to. Also, how else are they gonna follow up on her making a deal with? Like, where else are they gonna like resolve that or like see the ramifications of that?
They're gonna. Let's talk about the technology versus magic side. I'm talking about our magical guide. Oh god, what's her name?
Are you talking about the girl whose mom owned the store and she wanted to be a master of the mystic? She wanted to do mystic arts and like be a sorcerer, but what was the reason? Like she couldn't get in, or it was something like that.
So the reason the mom left was that she had her Zelma. Her name is Zelma. The reason why the mom left was originally she was in Comic-Con and she got pregnant with her child and she didn't want her living there because it's like not really a safe place to raise a child.
Yeah.
And the reason why Zelma hasn't gone yet, I think, isn't actually explained.
Like she just
actually, it is explained. It's not that she can't get in; it's that like she's basically still in her high school era of magic, and she needs to graduate onto the college era of it. But her magic isn't like normally like one person like picks a field, like you're either a witch or like you're a potion or you're like a this. She kind of hodgepodges it all together, tries to learn everything. I can't tell. So the brain maggots that she mentions is from the comics. In the comics, she got infected by them. Now she had to go to Comatage and talk to Doctor Strange and get them out, and that starts Strange Academy,
which is rumored to be in development.
That is not happening anymore, but was supposed to.
Wait,
which means that it's in the same vein as Armor Wars, baby.
What do you mean it's not? It's not supposed to, unless Marvel comes out and officially says this thing we are no longer making. It is still happening. Like,
nah, because that would mean that Strange Academy is coming out, and it's not. So
why are all of the projects I'm excited for the ones that aren't coming out?
Calm down, Hoper. It's Duper.
Calm down, Optimus. It's called pessimism. You won't get it. What are some other?
Yeah. So I can't tell if her like note about the brain maggots means that event in her life has already happened, or as a reference to it supposed to be happening. But that was a cool call out. But yeah, no, she's so fun, especially with all like the magic has a cost thing. And how unsure she is about if it's Dormammu, which traditionally in the comics it's Dormammu.
Yeah.
Switching it over to the hood makes a lot more sense because it kind of just fits, like, you know, making a deal with more of his domain, you know.
Also, it doesn't like make a joke because Riri's like, "Are you Dormammu?" and he makes like a joke about Dormammu.
He says, and I quote, "Dormammu doesn't even deserve to wipe the shit off my ass," something along those lines.
Now I can see why they got that certain actor to play him. If you don't know, it's Borat. Yeah, so that line makes sense.
Yeah.
Also,
she was a fun character. I'm sad that we'll never see her again because her actor really seems excited. Like she seems like another. No, I'll remember her name. Give me a second.
Know how I am with actor names. Say the word.
Yeah, sure. I said her and talked about excited to play a character. You don't immediately guess who I'm trying to get at.
Wait, her. Amon Filani, Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel.
Yeah, Like she is like she gives off that same energy. Like she did an interview for a new rock star, and she gives off that same energy of like, I am so happy to be here. I will be here forever. This is my whole jam.
Honestly, I love like I understand actors who want to eventually move on or retire, but I also love those few actors in the MCU who are just like, hey, I'm in for the long haul. If they call me back, I'm coming in. You know, I forget.
My favorite note from the interview with her is, you know, the scene where she has to like throw the thing at the wall or whatever she throws it at. She just kind of. They had to do a bunch of takes with it because she can't throw. She doesn't know how to throw anything.
Okay.
And it gets to the point where they like walk up to her and they're like, please, you need to lock
in.
Throw it.
That is hilarious. But yeah, like, so, I forget how to say her name. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up and try to pronounce it. Ironheart's actress.
Character? Okay, actor.
Dominica Thorne. Dominica Thorne, that's her name. So, her, Amon Villani, Benedict Cumberbatch, Chris Hemsworth. Those are like the actors I can think of off the top of my head who are like, yeah, I'll play this character as long as you want me to.
Hawkeye, if you
Hawkeye.
Bastards.
I actually saw a rumor that they might have actually made a deal and they are gonna make Hawkeye season 2, which I am very excited for, if only to get more street level stuff.
Swordsman, you know, came back in Born Again. See him again.
Dang, I forgot the. Oh yeah. By the way, so there's been a bit of misconception about Thor's actor, and that's because, well, back in I think 2023, when he found out that he has, you know, a higher likelihood of developing Alzheimer's later in his life, and he said that he would be taking a break from acting, and so a lot of people assumed that if he did come back to play Thor, it would probably be his final appearance. And then in a recent Instagram post, he posted it was an Instagram story. He posted something like a message where it was a heartfelt message, like thanking all the fans for the over a decade he's played this character and the opportunity he's been given. So everyone was like, oh, so Thor's fucking dead. So Thor's gonna die in this movie. And then he had to make a follow-up post and be like, no guys, I'm not gonna stop playing the character anytime soon. I was just saying that because we're going in a new direction and we're telling a new story. So like,
I just want to say thank you. You know, damn.
Yeah, damn. Why y'all gotta assume? You gotta assume the negative. I was just thinking. Oh yeah, Tom Hiddleston as Loki. He's always willing to come back.
I've seen his death and his death and his
death
and his death and his death and his death and his death and his death and
his death. I swear to God, if they kill him in Doomsday, Russo brothers, you already killed him once.
Yeah, I think that would make him because they don't kill him in Ragnarok. Tragic. They should have killed him in Ragnarok.
I mean, no, it was Infinity War.
Yeah. Because that would have meant that if they killed him in Ragnarok, that means that he'd be perfect for every time he played this character, he died.
Right? And every. Wait, no, he didn't die. He didn't die at the end of the Avengers. He just got arrested and imprisoned in Asgard. Yeah, that would.
Doesn't get arrested in Ragnarok, because then we could say died or incapacitated.
No, but he does fall for 30 minutes thanks to Doctor Strange.
Also known as a perfect character interweaving in a story, exactly how an interconnected universe.
Also, fun fact: the reason why I can't remember if it's that scene or the post credits. Yeah, no, it is in Thor Ragnarok. The reason why Doctor Strange has yellow gloves on is because they didn't want to spend the time to do like the whole prosthetics and everything for his messed up hand. So they were just like, because he was only in there for like a 3-minute scene. They were just like, just put on these yellow gloves. So that's a little fun
Isn't
fact.
that comic accurate?
I'm pretty sure.
Right? Like, I'm picturing it. I'm like, wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure Bro is supposed to have yellow gloves anyway. Damn you, MCU. I have that type comic now.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, no, that is a very classic part of his character. I'd keep it around more often.
Yeah.
He's not always wearing them, but there's pretty consistent in his design that he'll put those on. Put those on more.
Yeah.
I can wear those gloves more often.
I'm trying to think if I have anything else to say about.
I just have one last thing to say about Ironheart. We did it, boys. The Mephisto Troopers have finally been correct. It was Mephisto all along.
I would pay good money to see Eric Voss's live reaction. I would pay.
Yes, especially to the first time he noticed the spoon.
Oh yeah,
reflection.
the spoon with. Oh, that was so cool. Oh my god.
And a very clever way to show that off, because this show definitely did not have the budget,
The budget,
to have that
yeah.
on consistently.
Also, I'm curious. What was I gonna search up? We talked about Eric Voss tweeted like this, pretty much the second the episode dropped. Wait, I want to see what his tweet was.
Plays Varsity and bargains very well.
Say that again.
Like the whole how he plays the characters to give up their soul without realizing they're giving it up. It's just really clever.
Yeah, because
He's able to pull the strings on the person very well.
that's true. He's a master manipulator. Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Hey, of the Forbes 100 most richest people in the world, he's made a deal with 100 of them. So.
Yeah, I did like that. That was a good
Diabolical line.
Uh-huh.
Diabolical line. Bro probably had to say of the top 199 for the past few years because of Tony fucking Stark.
Oh my
He
god.
was like, yes,
Yes.
I get to finally say the full 100.
They need to make that
And
joke.
immediately got on it.
They need to make that joke in the next time he appears. They need to make that joke.
Seriously though, I love the idea of a character who is just a poser.
Yeah.
And that's like the whole point of Mephisto, is that he's not the devil. He's just a guy who happens to look like what
the
people
devil.
consider the devil, and lives in a place that people normally consider as hell. So he's just like,
I guess
well,
I'm
I guess I'm
Satan.
gonna name my place hell, and yes, I am the devil, and I'll take those souls from you if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yes, this is perfect. Finally sits,
Uh-huh.
watches as a grateful universe.
It only took
Oh wait, no, this is what I just.
It only took 4 years. 4 years. But it happened.
And one really funny name drop.
Oh, yeah.
Became an agent of Mephisto. It's so funny that they learned their lesson.
Huh?
Because it's so funny seeing them in the interview be like, yeah, we didn't even know who Mephisto was. I don't know what the internet was on about.
Yeah.
To Agatha all along. Or maybe he was an agent of Mephisto.
Yeah. But, okay. I guess to wrap up our thoughts.
I can't wait for them to retcon it, and the stork actually was Mephisto.
Oh, God.
They should totally do that. Just full, in Vision Quest, just full on retcon it. It was Mephisto.
Oh, yeah. By the way, speaking of Vision Quests, apparently they finished filming. And, yeah.
They started filming?
That's what I and everyone on the Marvel subreddit said. Like, wait, they were filming this? And there's no leaks or anything?
How did they get away? Man, that's what the sniper's been on this whole time. No wonder they're getting away with
That's
Doomsday. The sniper was working overtime on Vision Quest.
that's why Feige did the interview to distract people. So he had his sniper stationed on Vision Quest.
But we are no longer seeing anything about Doomsday anymore. Like the sniper is back locked
Yeah,
in.
they're back.
He had to lock in on Vision Quest rumors for a while.
Now that I think about it,
on those drones.
now that I think about it, we haven't gotten any Doomsday leaks in like a while.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
You know what? Never mind. I mean, I guess the sniper wasn't slacking.
And
It just turns out there's only one of them.
and
I guess you can only trust the best in this industry.
and if they finish filming Avengers before they finish Spider-Man, we're not gonna see any more leaks of that.
Right? I mean, this is crazy.
Do you think James Gunn has his own snipers, or do you think what if Feige lent some snipers to James, and that's why they've been so lax?
I actually don't think that James uses snipers. I think he's just a chill guy.
Think so?
Yeah, I also don't think that Kevin gives snipers to Sony. That's why Tom Holland is a spoiler magnet.
Come on, it's been 7 years since he spoiled Infinity War, right? We can move on.
It's not the only thing he spoiled. Don't do that. Don't make him less than what he was.
Okay.
You think that they made the joke about the Spider-Man No Way Home name reveal
Oh
on
yeah.
accident?
Okay, but
Why do you think they revealed the costume?
But
Bro was over there talking to fans and stuff, taking a
yeah,
selfie.
yeah. Okay, but you have to admit, Don Cheadle and Mark Ruffalo spoiled Infinity War worse than Tom Holland. It's all Tom Holland did. He was on, I think the cast was on Jimmy Fallon, and he was like, mate, so I was just reading the script, and it's like, Spider-Man's in space. And that's basically all he said regarding Infinity War. Meanwhile, you have Mark Ruffalo who's like, yeah, this next movie's crazy, everybody dies. And then Don Cheadle's like, dude, oh well, not everybody. That's entirely Don Cheadle's fault, by the way. Entirely his fault. That might be... I don't even know. There hasn't...
Mark Ruffalo, what the layup for Don Cheadle to absolutely slam dunk fuck them both over.
I just know they both got angry phone calls from Feige that night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's all the things.
Yeah, okay, final score for Ironheart.
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10? I think that's fair.
8 out of 10.
I'd probably...
It is, if you go into it wanting an origin story, you're in for the wrong ride.
I'd probably give it... I don't know, my rating might change, but right now I'd probably give it an 8 or a 9 out of 10. I'll give it an 8.5.
Also, you know what's crazy is that we talked about the suit thing before it came out, and they did exactly what I didn't want them to do.
Wait, we're going...
Remember, I said in the suit, it's like, oh wow, it sucks that she's going to be using the suit for the entire series.
Oh my god.
Because there's nothing in the trailers with the other suit, which means that it either doesn't exist, is in a post-credit scene, or the worst option to me, it's going to be built last minute for one fight. And what was it? What did they do? They built the suit last minute for one fight.
Look, stepping stones.
The monkey paw curls.
Monkey paw
Mephisto,
curls is a crazy
walked up behind me
line.
and was like, and it disappeared.
But yeah, I'd probably give it an 8.5 out of 10. And as crazy, because if you asked me like a year ago if I would have said this, I would have called you crazy. But I enjoyed it more than Daredevil Born Again Season 1.
That's so valid.
Because like, as much, because
it's more consistent. Like Born Again has higher highs.
Yeah.
has lower lows.
Whereas Ironheart is very consistently good throughout.
Right? Like, look, like I've said before, first 2 episodes, bank heist, last 2 episodes, everything else is painfully below average for that show.
Okay, for Daredevil, yeah, I would say it's below average. But
and you know, again, I was a person who hadn't seen any season of Daredevil before this, and I could still feel the better chemistry
between
what's her name?
Karen Page and Matt.
Then random black woman who I don't remember the name of, because she's such an op.
I understand.
Everyone is such an op outside of that. Like, everyone's just like, oh, don't be Daredevil. Oh, don't be Daredevil. Oh, don't be Daredevil.
Don't be Daredevil.
Ops, all of them.
That one guy, Cherry was his name. The one guy who was telling Matt, like, hey, I know this girl is probably gonna go get kidnapped and killed by Muse, but can you this once, don't do the Daredevil stuff. Like, genuinely, why does he exist? What is the point of his character?
He didn't exist before?
No.
There was a guy.
No. Like, I don't know if he's in the comics. I'm saying, like, what purpose does he serve to the story?
No, I mean the Daredevil show. They said how he's set up. He seems like a guy who knows him. I thought he was a canon event. He's new.
Oh no! As far as I remember, yeah, I'll double check because it's been a while since I watched. Cherry Daredevil. Yeah, no, he was introduced in Born Again.
How they introduce him feels so much like that. You're Daredevil? I finally find out this.
I think it was here. Let me. Cherry served in the New York Police Department and became a detective. However, after the rise of vigilantes, he felt the NYPD became obsolete and noted that vigilantes were cheered for their actions. During his time as a detective, he befriended Matt, Foggy, and Karen. So he befriended them in between the events of the last season and the revival. So that's how he knows about that.
Look. It's not that it didn't feel heartfelt or anything. Like, it felt too heartfelt. Like, bro felt like he was part of the team. More so than new lawyer.
Yeah, like, do you remember, the one, like, meme where it's, like, a picture of Drake?
We're keeping him, right? Like, he's in the lineup, right? At the end of the show, the worst lineup in history.
Wait, are you talking about Cherry or one of the other?
Cherry, yeah. We're keeping him, right? Is he part of the lineup? Because he feels so natural. Like, his abilities of detecting is so good.
Yeah, let me check.
Yeah, double check the lineup. Double check the worst character spread in history.
Yeah, he's confirmed for season 2. So. Yeah. Like,
is the other lady confirmed for season 2 as well? Because I mean, like I said, like, she's worse than Karen, but like, I don't want to see her.
I'm trying to remember her name.
She kind of serves a different role than Karen.
Are you talking about
the lady who sets him up on the date with the therapist?
Oh yeah. I'm trying to remember what her name.
And even
that's not her.
Lawyer. Like, everyone's a lawyer.
Bobby Nelson.
Or at least with the therapist lady, you could just be like Daredevil.
Oh, it's her name is Kirsten McDuffie.
Yeah, McDuffie. Yeah, they started a new one for me. McDuffie. Oh, I won't mind her seeing her more, but it's just like she does. I can see how pissed off everyone would be if Karen wasn't brought back.
Yeah, like here's the thing.
Not replace Karen.
Like here's the thing. I don't think any of the supporting cast are bad. Like even though I joked like, oh, what is Cherry's purpose? But like I really didn't mind him. And same with her. Like I actually liked her and Matt's interactions. Like that one scene where he's trying to get less jail time for his client, and he's like going back and forth with her, like trying to get it, lowered. Like that was a fun scene. Like I don't hate their characters. It's just like, how are you gonna sideline these characters that have had 3 seasons, multiple years of chemistry for completely new characters that we don't get a whole lot of time with?
I still think that guy was dumb.
Oh, who, Cherry?
Oh no! When there's video evidence of me stealing food.
The client.
Free. Like, bro, like, duh.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
Yes, I get it.
I get it. Yeah.
Got cut because you were in jail unfairly. But dog, this one is not unfair, bro. Like,
yeah, like,
can you believe me? I don't want to eat dirt, so I stole the food. All right. Every once in a while, I want a sweet treat. Is that so bad?
Like,
yes, I'm sorry. Yes, the answer, but by societal standards, is yes. You robbed the place. I can't defend you.
Here's the thing. I just feel like, because I understand what they were going for, and that's a big problem that the new writers, not the new writers that they brought on to fix some things, but that the original writers of the series, they have a lot of really good ideas. But they don't execute them the best. Like, I like the idea that, you have this guy, he's kind of rude, he's kind of a dick, so Matt instantly, like, dismisses him, like, like, hey, you're gonna serve this jail sentence, like, I tried my best, and then it turns out the guy has a sympathetic reason for why he did what he did. Like, and then Matt starts to...
Here's the thing,
like,
you know what the best part about it is? All you have to do is give that man a daughter, and change him from stealing caramel corn to stealing, like, essential food.
Yeah, or like baby formula or something, huh?
You can do the exact same speech. Yeah, change it to baby formula.
Yeah.
Right there. Boom. Wins. You get the exact same speech. It is still wrong for him to steal that, but it's not a want, it's a need.
Yeah, and also,
that makes the difference.
And... honestly, I felt like it was hard to sympathize with him because of how much of a dick he was being to Matt and how ableist he was. Like, I get it, he's frustrated, but, like, Matt is right in pointing out, like, you don't really have, like, he's half...
ground to stand on.
Yeah, like, you can kind of understand his frustration, because, yeah, you were in jail, you were in prison falsely for something you didn't do, lost your benefits, now you can't get food. I understand that, and I understand your frustration, but Matt really did try his best. He said, what was it, like 30 days when he was looking at longer? Like a month in jail, like, he's lucky.
As a repeat offender.
Yeah.
Right, as a repeat offender.
Well, a repeat offender only got a month in jail. Like, honestly, most people would be on their knees like, oh my god, thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Like, again, I understand his frustration, like, oh, I got sent to jail, lost my benefits, now I'm getting sent back. But like...
But like, the entire problem is that you're complaining that you got... It's entirely that it was a want and not a need.
Yeah, and on top of that, him just having these insane high expectations. Like, they literally caught you in 4K, like actually in 4K stealing.
Literally.
And this bro was talking about, well, it could have been a scroll. Come on, bro. You know how many people have tried that? Probably a lot. But, like...
Right, and also, it's not how scrolls work. Everyone knows it's not how scrolls work. Like...
Yeah, like... I just felt like...
Yeah, it sucks. You have a hard life, and you have been dealt an unfair hand. Just because you've been dealt an unfair hand doesn't mean
you can
that
get
everything you do is now justified.
Yeah, like bro really expected Matt to pull a Saul Goodman and get him off with no probation, just get him off scot-free. Like, that wasn't gonna happen, huh? So, like...
You're cooked.
Yeah, like, he was tripping, and I just feel like that could have been done so much better. But, yeah, fuck that guy. I hope he stays in jail, to be honest. Like, I guarantee you he's gonna break out, and in season 2 he's gonna get arrested again. But yeah, Daredevil Born Again was.
I can't wait to see White Tiger.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm looking forward
What's her
to.
name? Is it starts with an A? Yeah, I'm definitely not looking up her name.
Oh yeah.
Angela de Toro. Angela de Toro. That's her name. But yeah, like Ironheart is a solid 8.5 out of 10. Daredevil Born Again. I want to give it a 6 out of 10. Daredevil Born Again's weird because I keep flip flopping between a 6 out of 10 and a 7 out of 10. Because I think back to like the first.
Why is this the main picture they use?
Wait, let me.
Wait, this is diabolical. There's a different main picture they could have gone with. Why is this the main one for the database? Okay, it's not the main one. It's the third one.
Wait, have you seen it?
It's so funny that this appeared. This is so funny. It appears so prominently.
What the fuck? Okay.
Just dead.
That would be diabolical. They kill her off in the second season like they did her uncle.
That would be diabolical is bringing Lady Bullseye in this early.
That would be crazy.
Also, this is the actual main image.
Is it the her on the rooftop? Oh no.
This is the actual main image for the database.
Oh.
It goes insanely hard.
It does. I forget what I was saying.
Also, I did not realize that her outfit was so mid. Like, go look up her version of the White Tiger's outfit in the comics. It is not good.
Oh yeah, that's just It looks like she stole the suit from Silver Sable and like painted black stripes on it.
And like, to be fair, it's probably gonna look pretty bad to me when this is the version of the suit I'm used to and this cooks.
Okay. I haven't watched Ultimate Spider-Man, but I will admit the designs go hard. I will admit that.
Yeah,
like that's peak.
Is crazy good. And then like I just look at this and it's like, what is this Domino mask you're wearing? Put on an outfit.
Both think she Domino.
Is the outfit I associate her with from a different person? So wait, look at this image.
Wait, the White Tiger amulet power to Jim.
Yeah, it is. It's from Ava. Ava's the one that has the good outfit.
Wait, which one is in there?
Wait,
let me double check. The White Tiger MCU. RIP, by the way, both him and the actor.
No, that's crazy.
Wait, what? Trying to see where his.
We got the name right the first time. We're dealing with the one who gets the worst version of the suit. That's.
Oh, maybe there's a chance.
Oh my god, this suit is clapped, bro. Maybe they'll just use Ava's anyway. Oh no, I didn't know that. I didn't know we were getting the clapped White Tiger.
Oh no, the chopped White Tiger.
This is diabolical. No. Wait, who's Ava then? In relation to this family?
Going down a tiger hole with this one.
Wait, Ava's the aunt? What?
I mean, we do know Hector had a wife. We know he has a wife.
Wait. No, we're not gonna get the good version of this suit. Wait.
Never say never. The MCU has been on a track record.
No, this is diabolical. Yeah, cause isn't it? Yeah, cause Hector. Wait. Yeah, cause Hector is the brother to Ava, which means that it's. No, this sucks. We're gonna get the mid suit. I'm so upset.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
I thought we were getting Ava in the MCU. This entire time we're not. We're getting her niece was clapped in the comics. This is diabolical.
The new writers can save her. They can fix it.
Because that mask just looks worse. And where is the amulet? Everyone else has it around their neck. Is she wearing it on her hip or something? She is. Why? Why is her design the one that's clapped? Hector and Ava did not pass down the fit jeans, bro.
Mm-mm.
I'm so mad.
And like that.
I was so excited.
Like that.
And now I know that we're getting the clapped version of the White Tiger outfit. I'm so mad. Wait, does Ava even appear in the show?
Wait.
Is she even mentioned? Does she mention that she has an aunt?
Wait, let me see.
Oh my god, no, because under her Marvel wiki, Appa's not mentioned. So the cooler White Tiger doesn't even exist. I swear to God, if they don't give her Appa's suit, this is diabolical. No, she's clapped.
Well, guys, this is the perfect somber note to end this podcast on. I mean, you did mention having an existential crisis earlier, so here it is.
No, this is no. Her outfit is so much worse.
It'll be okay. We just gotta.
I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Her outfit is so much worse than both her dad's and her aunt's.
Gotta wait till next spring to see.
Maybe her aunt will steal the amulet from her, and we'll get the actually good White Tiger. I'm so upset.
I can see this is affecting you on an emotional level.
So upset.
Well, say your outro.
Well, guys, we're on a sinking ship right now, and I guess I'm
No.
the captain. So, enjoy dying alone together, because this is... bro, I have to change the entire thing. This is devastating. I thought I was getting Alpha this whole time.